Commissioners, the time is 5:30, so if you'd like to get started.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. I want to welcome you to the study session of the Palm Springs Planning Commission on March 25th, 2025. I want to welcome everybody in the audience and thank you for coming in. The way we're going to handle this tonight is we are going to have a staff report on the study session item. We will then go to the applicant making a presentation, and then we will have public testimony. And then it will come to the commission for comments. We're doing that. It's a little irregular, but we think having such a large number of public here and present, it's best if you hear what's being presented to us so that your testimony reflects the application that's in front of us. Okay, starting with call to order. We're in order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Chair Womack.
Present.
Vice Chair Alain.
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
Here.
Commissioner Miller.
Present.
Commissioner Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Rotman.
Here. Here.
Our discussion item tonight is Nexus Development Corporation for a pre-application to construct a 62-unit residential development consisting of 40 detached single-family residences and 22 duplexes on an undeveloped 8.8 acre parcel located on the south side of East Palm Canyon Drive between William Kreisel Way and South Sunrise Way, Zone R3, Section 26. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Thank you. Good evening.
Oh, 1 second. We're going to be joined by the city attorney tonight. I saw him on camera, so
Yes, Madam Chair, the City Attorney Jeff Ballinger will be joining us tonight. Jim Priest is unavailable, so thank you,
and we're honored
Mr.
to
Attorney.
have him with us tonight.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of the Commission. I'm here at your pleasure.
Staff report, please.
Thanks. Good evening. So this is a study session for a proposed 62-unit residential project by Nexus Development Corporation. And the project is proposed at an undeveloped 8.8 acre site. And the proposed project includes a 62-unit housing residential units, and 40 of which is detached single-family residences and 22 duplexes. And this is just images of the project site. The project site is located between East Palm Canyon and Twin Palms Drive, and it's located between Sunrise Way and William Kreisel Way. Yes. Good. All right. So this is a proposed site plan. The site's going to be accessible from East Twin Palms Drive, and arriving from East Twin Palms Drive, the development branches out through the internal streets and goes through the single-family residences and leading to the duplexes, which are located at the north end of the project site along East Palm Canyon Drive frontage. And these are the elevations of the proposed single-family residences. The proposed single-family residences will be 2-story at the maximum building height of 24 feet and 25 feet. And the proposed duplexes will be 3-story, and the maximum height will be 36.5 feet. And the project is designed with landscaping and a pool for individual unit. And 5-foot wide landscape buffer is proposed along East Twin Palms Drive. This study session is a part of a pre-application review process. And before getting here, the applicant has to have a neighborhood outreach meeting, which was held on February 24th. And as you probably saw in the staff report, the applicant submitted a neighborhood outreach meeting report. But the main themes of comments and questions provided by the meeting attendees are desire for architectural design that is contextually appropriate for the Twin Palms neighborhood, which understands and respects the character and history of the neighborhood and the city, and concern relating to the site access, traffic, and the public infrastructure to support the project, and the general comments and questions that are related to that specific feature of development, such as landscape, wall, gate, and building height. Based on the proposed project, the staff finds a few issues that are associated with this proposal. The first one is that single-family residence is explicitly prohibited in the R3 zone where the site is located, and the proposed project does not meet various aspects of the R3 development standards, such as setbacks, lot dimensions, size, building height, minimum separation distance. And the public benefit, which is required for the PDD, has not been identified at this moment. And the proposed density, which is equivalent to 7 dwelling units per acre, excuse me, is significantly lower than the density limit of the TRC general plan land use designation area, which is 30 dwelling units per acre. As it was noted in the staff report, the intent of the study session is Planning Commission to provide the preliminary comments to the applicant. And the staff recommends that the Planning Commission provide the comments, but not to take any action on the item. And this concludes the staff report, staff presentation. And the applicant is here in the audience tonight if you have any questions. Thank you.
Are there questions of staff at this point, or would you like to hold them? No questions of staff.
Hold.
I do have one. If this is a planned unit development application?
Not yet, but applicants planning on submitting a PDD application.
But that's the reason it's coming to us as a study session, correct?
Correct, that is my understanding.
Thank you.
The Plan Development District, which we renamed it when we did the PD changes a number of years ago, which I believe you were a part of, Madam Chair. One of the requirements to pursue a PD is to have that neighborhood outreach meeting, which Noriko mentioned, which was held on, I believe, February 24th, and then to have a study session, or I think it technically has a different term under the code, but essentially to have this study session before they move into the application process. So that's where we are.
I will have some questions for Mr. Ballinger on this, but later. Commissioner Lyon?
I have one. At what point typically would an applicant for a project like this propose the public benefits? Would we learn what those were?
I don't know that I would say there's sort of any typical point in the process, but given that that is one of the major components and findings that need to be made in order to pursue the PD, I would certainly, and I believe we have recommended that that be identified as soon as possible.
So when they actually make the application, they would
I think that
need to indicate what the...
I think that we should have a
Public benefit
sense
is.
at the time the application is made what the public benefit they're proposing in support of their PD would be, certainly by that point.
And
Okay.
Historically, am I correct that I've seen several of these? I don't know that the rest of the commission has, because we changed the offsets for doing a PD, but typically when they came before the Planning Commission, before for a study session, the public benefit was identified.
I think given that it's a study session, it's a good question to ask of the applicant in terms of
you.
what they might be thinking.
Okay. Is the
excuse me.
applicant here?
I do have another question for the planner. Noriko, in my tenure on the commission, I've looked at a whole lot of the graphs where you have a chart that displays the requirements, if the application applies or complies with them, and if it does not. And in this case, we've got, about 4 pages of charts. I've never seen one that has so many no's. It does not comply with pretty much with anything. But that might be because I've only been on the commission for 4 years. Is this an anomaly, or do you have other applicants come forward proposing or requesting that many deviations from the requirements?
Each project is different, and the intent of the PD is to request deviations from the applicable development standards. So with the approval of the PDD, it's possible that some components of the project can be accommodated that way.
Yeah, I think Chair Wormick alluded to this. We've used PD and before that PUDs in various ways over the city's history, some more generously in certain eras than others. But I think Noriko's response is correct. I don't know that there's an upward limit to how many deviations we would want to provide to the development standards. I think the main thing is, what is the benefit to the city in pursuing the PD, and does that outweigh the series of overrides that they're seeking in the PD, right? What's the public benefit to us in pursuing this tool to override the development standards of the zoning code? And that, I think, is the conversation that needs to occur to support it. Does that make sense?
I have one more question, which concerns the requirement under the state that if we reduce required density, the applicant has to, or we have to find density elsewhere. And for this application, given that it's in an R3 zone and it's in a zone that prohibits single-family, would the applicant be required to replace the density? And is that a question for the city attorney?
Yeah, I might take a stab at it and then see if the city attorney wants to supplement or correct. But there's a couple things going on in our housing element. So you're right, what you're referring to is the no net loss law under state law, which essentially says that if you're reducing capacity from a site such that you're getting less housing out of it than you assumed in your housing element or than is necessary to accommodate the regional housing needs assessment allocation that we receive on our housing element cycles, that needs to be offset somewhere else. And as a matter of policy, we typically would require the developer to do that work. Not that the city wouldn't go and do that. We would say to developer, you're looking to reduce density, where are you offsetting that to somewhere? With our housing element, this is not identified as a housing opportunity site, which are the sites that we've identified to accommodate affordable housing, low, very low, and moderate income housing. But we did make certain assumptions throughout the city about density to meet our non-affordable housing targets that had been allocated to us through the housing element. We would need to go back and sort of look through all of that work to determine exactly what we assumed here. And to determine how the no net loss law would apply in this circumstance. But that's certainly something we would need to work through with them in the process to make sure that we're not out of compliance with the no net loss law. And I do think the point you're making that whatever assumptions we made, it would have been based on the R3 zoning. So presumably we may have assumed a higher level of density here than is being proposed tonight.
That's accurate.
And one more question for Noriko. And this may be a question for the applicant. The way this is laid out, it looks like it's a gated community. Is it?
Not as proposed at this point. No gate has been proposed as of now.
I don't mean gate. Does it have a wall around it?
I did not see any wall on the site plan, but applicant can confirm whether they are planning on installing anything in the future.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? There being none, if the applicant is here and you can make a presentation. That needs to be a little taller for you.
I know, right? I've tried. Is that better? Yes. Okay, I'll try again. So good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for hearing us today and doing the study session. And thank you to Director Hadwin and to Noriko for all their hard work on the pre-app to this point. We understand this is the very beginning of the process. By no means what we're showing is a finished product. We were very excited to have the neighborhood outreach meeting and thrilled to see the participation level that we received back a month ago. I see a lot of familiar faces actually in the audience here, so I'm sure they're going to have a lot of the similar questions. I don't have a full presentation, given that it's a study session. I think to piggyback on Noriko's staff report, a couple of things I'll touch on. It's not a gated community. There's no gate. There is, walls on the backside of homes, and a lot of the homes that face the Twin Palms or face East Palm Canyon. Unless there's an access point, yes, those do have walls, but they're not necessarily a gated or walled off community. You can access it from the public. There's no fences or any sort of things restricting access. I think one of the difficult things is just all the competing interests that we're trying to navigate through. And I think trying to find the right fit between what's dense enough but not too dense. I think we heard from the neighborhood, and I think Noriko hit kind of the 3 hot buttons in her staff report, but I feel like architecture, focus on design, intent, and aesthetics is probably, if not one of the most important items that we heard back from the neighborhood. I feel like traffic, access, again, density, not having something be too dense that would create too much traffic, and that would not be too tall. All those things were, I think, concerns we heard. And I'm sure those in the audience can either correct me if I'm wrong with that interpretation. So for us, again, we tried to work with the staff. We appreciated all the preliminary work that went into this part of the process in the pre-app phase. We are excited to take the comments we received back in February from the neighborhood, take any comments we received today, keep working with staff, work toward a formal application where we can identify a public benefit, where we can identify some of these other items that have come up. I will say that back to the point of architecture, I did want to announce for those interested that we did engage a local architect, Sean Lockyer from Studio AR&D. So he hasn't been involved in what you've seen on the screen to date, but he'll certainly be involved moving forward in working toward the formal application process. So I did want to just make that aware to everybody. And with that, I am available for questions.
Questions of the applicant?
Can you spend a little time talking about the assumptions that were made about density? So if this site, according to our current zoning, could accommodate 264 units, and you've got 62? So what drove that decision to go for a lower density project versus a higher density, lower cost per unit?
So, I mean, quite frankly, the higher density of 264, I think, is a maximum, right? And so I don't know if anybody would ever try to max out that density. To my knowledge, there's no minimum density required. So that means nothing is precluded, to 1 unit to the acre. I think in talking to staff and trying to work on a goal of what do we think fits and works, again, for all those competing interests, the cost of building that large of a community, again, you get to a point where too much density actually is counterproductive. Not only do you have to go vertically to fit that many units on this site, which we think would be a negative impact to the neighborhood, but also economically, it's not even feasible in our opinion. Maybe someone else has a different opinion. Obviously, the site's been vacant for as long as I am aware of. So there's also the question of the mixed use with a tourist commercial or going 100% residential. So when we looked at this site, we thought the blend of a little bit higher density on East Palm Canyon being a major thoroughfare, that be where a little bit of the more height lives and a little more higher density lives, and then blending down into lower density as you get closer to Twin Palms neighborhood, kind of seemed to be a nice sweet spot, at least on paper. It seems to work economically. So again, without getting into the process, it seemed to be a good starting point. But again, we know this is early. We know there's a lot more work to be done.
And can you just clarify the Palm Canyon facing wall? There's a wall that would go the full length of Palm Canyon, and then behind that wall, there would be 3-story townhouses up to like 36 feet.
Correct, and there would be the backyards of those homes would be in between the structure of the home and that wall, so have a further setback from the street. That's how it's designed now. One of the biggest questions was just as we get into the formal application and we get transportation's feedback on, there was questions in the neighborhood meeting on access off East Palm Canyon. Is that good idea, bad idea? Should that density even get lower? Do we lose units because we're trying to break open an access point from East Palm Canyon? Those are all questions that still need to be vetted out.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you explain, I'm still a little confused on the vehicular traffic patterns and how you're getting in and out and why you're not using Palm Canyon.
So as of right now, the assumption was that as the primary entrance and exit would be off of East Twin Palms.
But how
so
do you
that-
get to, how do you even get to East Palm? There's no, if you're driving down Palm Canyon Drive, how are you proposing the residents get to East Palm?
They could use either the current existing access point, so either Kreisel Drive, either Sunrise. Any way you get into East Twin Palms neighborhood today would be the same way you'd get into this proposed development as it's shown today. So you'd get off of any of the southern access points. Then there's a current crash gate access point for emergency vehicles shown in the northeast corner. Again, we don't know what
Yeah,
fire department
road,
says to that. That's just a secondary access proposed right now. Whether that becomes a full-blown access point is to be determined.
But was there any thought, it just seems easier for vehicular traffic to come in off of Palm Canyon. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
Without having a traffic study done yet on the project, I think it's a little preliminary to see what the traffic patterns are. Again, it may be warranted to have an access point off East Palm Canyon Drive. I think the initial assumption was that that's a little bit more free-flowing street. Traffic is going a little faster on that street and trying to create interruptions there. We didn't want to be presumptuous without getting transportation's feedback on that.
But the residents have expressed concern on increased traffic on South Twin Palms drives. That's why I'm sort of pushing the idea of alleviating traffic throughout the neighborhood and moving it to where it already is.
Can you keep it questions at this point
yeah.
of the applicant? Because
thank
you
you.
have a
Yeah.
lot of room to come back for comments.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
Yeah, hi. Does Nexus Development Corporation have any experience developing projects in the 15 to 20 dwelling unit per acre range?
Yes, we do.
What type of product, what type of,
I mean, specific to Palm Springs, we've done the Morrison development, we've done the Biltmore development, we've done Terra Vita development. So those would be examples of what we've done in the city in that general range.
okay.
Biltmore, Terra Vita, and Morrison. And then one more point on East Palm, Twin Palms Drive. Currently, that is not widened to its ultimate width, and so it actually narrows right now. And so part of this plan would be to widen East Palm, Twin Palms Drive, and then build out the ultimate right-of-way sidewalk setbacks. So we think that might also help the flow of traffic on East Twin Palms Drive because it's a pretty narrow pinch point right now in front of the site.
Terra Vita, is that on Amato?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner?
I am curious about something you said in the justification letter, which was that this met many of the objectives of the housing element. And you identified two of them just in the letter, which were that it fills an infill site and that it fills a vacant site with residential, both of which are goals of the housing element. But the housing element itself has 50, 100 objectives and goals. Have you identified anything beyond filling a vacant spot that moves us towards the goals and objectives of the housing element?
So without having all the goals in front of me, I guess the ones that were in the letter are the ones that were the most obvious. There may or may not be additional ones.
Okay. And I guess my other question for you would be that the proposal, as it now stands, is asking for a lot. It's kind of concessions on everything, on setbacks and heights and densities. And what I'm not seeing is a compelling reason, what's in it, and I know you're not required to put forth what the community benefits would be, but in your own mind, what do you see as a compelling reason for the city to approve this drastic of deviation or change from our general plan?
So I think to look at it, from a macro standpoint and see the existing tourist commercial and R3 and the history of this site as we understand it from the allottee who owns the site, there hasn't been any development proposal that has made any sense for someone to get to this stage of the process. And so for that reason, when we looked at it like any other developer, we analyzed it and said, we don't see a fit under the existing zoning and designations. So then we went to what do we think does make sense and what do we think, and taking consideration of the neighborhood specifically, what the goals and objectives are from the city's updated housing element. Again, a lot of competing interests. How do we navigate and figure out what that sweet spot is? And so that's where we said, well, we didn't necessarily want to go to a PDD route. I think we know the history of that, of the PDD process in the city. It's not necessarily one that's preferred, but sometimes you kind of don't have any other options. And I think in working with staff and looking at all the options in front of us, we said, how can we mix an R3, which is more of the attached product up at the East Palm Canyon Drive, with more of a lower density for all the various reasons we talked about, and meld those two, which don't have really a place in any existence of the zoning code today. We tried to look at a zone change. Could you go from R3 to R1? There's pros and cons to that. It all kind of led us to a PDD to say, you know what, let's figure out what the right setbacks are, what the right heights are, what density is, and let's make this the best project we can make it. And the PDD, the one benefit is it does give you that flexibility. And again, I think those standards are still, they're not written yet because we haven't applied formally yet. So where you see a lot of these deviations from this initial sketch, I think we need to work through those and see how we try to maybe start to minimize those deviation requests.
Okay, thank you. My last question deals with the meeting that you had with the community or with the residents. Reviewing the notes that were provided, there certainly was a big concern about the architecture, and I'm pleased to hear that you have identified an architect. Have you, what we're looking at, did you have a site designer? Or where did that come from?
Yeah, so we did have...
It looks to me, and the reason I ask, it looks more kind of like I'd see for a yield study.
Sure.
But
Don't go into opinions at this
Okay.
point. Just ask the
okay,
question.
yeah. Have you engaged, or are you planning on engaging a site designer, or would the architect do that?
To get to this point, we did engage a land plan as far as KTGY firm. That's who put this plan together. Now that we have an architect in Studio AR&D involved, they'll take this now to the next level.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi. Just to elaborate a little further on some of the other higher density projects that you've done in the city, why didn't you do something like that? Because those projects are actually very nice, and I think they've been very successful. And at 15 units the acre, we get a lot closer, I think, to the maximum R3. I mean, it's not there. So why didn't you consider doing something a little higher density, similar to what you've done in the past?
I think we did. I mean, I think that the range of that medium density, I believe it's like an 8 to 15 unit range. And I think if you look at the Biltmore, where you had condos and single family, again, it was kind of akin to what you're seeing here. When you look at Terra Vita, it was 100% condos, different market, different time. The Morrison was closer to the 8 units to the acre. I think the Morrison's probably the biggest kind of apples to apples comparison here. Equally has the similar density with a similar access point off of one street. And I think the feedback we had heard were there were some things we could improve on. If we had to do Morrison over again, there were some improvements we could have done. Most of those were more internal to the home plans themselves versus the site. So I think we took that as a little bit of a guidance as the market received that really well. And so if we can try to improve upon that, we'd be in a good place.
And in your, I assume you've done market studies and you've done enough in the valley that you know what the demand is. And do you think that there is a stronger demand for single family with their own private pool versus a condominium complex that has maybe common areas and that allows you to do a little higher density?
From a market study standpoint, yes, that was the net result was that the demand is stronger for more single-family detached where you have your own space, your own water, all of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open this up for public testimony.
Thank you.
Are there members of the public who wish to speak?
Yes, I'll call up in the order in which we received these. If you have not filled out a form to speak, please come up and do so and hand it to Anita here. But our first speaker will be Sydney Williams, followed by Virginia Giacaris.
Good evening. It's nice to be here. Thank you very much for having this study session. And hello, Kathy, and
Hi.
the board commissioners and staff and the community here. My name is Sydney Williams. I live at 2602 Canyon South Drive in Palm Springs, and I'm the co-founder of the Palm Springs Architectural Alliance and also the founding curator of the Architecture and Design Center at the Palm Springs Art Museum. I believe we are at an important moment in Palm Springs. We as a community need to do better. We need to celebrate the rich legacy of our architectural heritage, but we must also inspire, cultivate, and really insist on excellent design for the future of our city. Palm Springs, as you well know, has a worldwide brand that attracts visitors from around the world. In February, Modernism Week celebrated 20 years of providing programs that celebrate our architecture and design. Over 100,000 visitors come here each year to view what this city has to offer. We can't afford to diminish our brand with mediocre design solutions. We can do better. I'm not a resident of Twin Palms, but I have lived in this city since 1973 and seen immense changes. Many good projects have been built, but some mediocre ones have slipped through. As citizens of this wonderful city, we must demand creative design solutions that we can be proud of for years to come. Now, I wrote this before I heard that Sean Lockyer was selected as the architect. Now, that thrills me, so I think we're on the right track, and I wish you all well in solving all the problems as you go forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Virginia Giacaris, followed by Tom Dole.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Virginia Giacaris. I live at 1655 East Palm Canyon Drive in Unit 506, and I'm a member of the Smoke Tree Racket Club community, and we are literally right next door to the vacant lot. So for the last month and a half, I've been just staring at that lot, trying to visualize how you could possibly get 62 dwelling units on there. And for comparison, I looked at the 4 homes in the Smoke Tree Court. If you're familiar with that, there are 4 very beautiful homes in that development, and they are on lots between 3,400 and 4,500 square feet. But that's still pretty cozy where they are. And I know that the proposed lots for the dwelling units here are a little bit larger, but if you envision those 4 homes in Smoke Tree Court, put them in a Hershey Square pod, and then multiply that by 10, and then you add the 22 condo units, you've gone beyond cozy, you've gotten to uncomfortable and cramped. So my concern is with the density of this particular project. I think it will increase the strain on services of traffic, noise, and just the general uncomfortable nature of living so close together. I have loved looking at that vacant lot for the last 4 years, and I know eventually something might be built on there, but I ask that you consider the needs of the community along with the needs of the developer. Thank you.
Tom Dole, followed by Dick Burkett.
Thank you. I'm Tom Dahl, a graphic designer and 10-year resident of South Palm Springs and an active member of the Palm Springs Architectural Alliance. Previously, I was a professor of graduate design at Pratt Institute in New York for 24 years. Like many cities around the country, Palm Springs faces a housing crisis. Our service workers, teachers, public servants, young people, and seniors can't afford the average home, can't find rental housing, and face long commutes to more affordable locations. Almost all of the developer housing built here in the past decade is similar to this proposed development. Tracts of compact 2 to 3 story single-family luxury homes in walled-off suburban-style enclaves with yawning garage doors, private cocktail pools, and $1 to $2 million price tags. They are designed to minimize social interaction by cutting themselves off from the surrounding community. The design is often clumsy and overwrought, with boxy forms and tacked on mid-century references in a clash of textures, colors, and scales. They could be almost anywhere, but not in a city known for its world-class modernist architecture from the past. Current zoning doesn't permit single-family homes in this location, which is on a major thoroughfare with a bus line and within walking distance of shopping and services. It's an ideal spot for low-rise, more affordable apartment buildings, exactly the sort of housing we need. Right next door is a great example from over 60 years ago, the Ocotillo Lodge with a low-rise apartment building on East Palm Canyon, featuring modest 1 to 2 bedroom units, a shared pool and amenities behind, and clusters of attached townhomes facing Twin Palms. It has some of the density a prime spot on East Palm Canyon should have, with some privacy and respect to the community behind it, and an openness that supports community engagement. East Palm Canyon has sections of vibrant shopping, entertainment, hotels, and condominium complexes on the super blocks on either side and across from this proposed development. What we don't want is a fortress-like compound of single-family luxury homes that doesn't comply with current zoning and prevents the connection of these superblocks into an interesting and walkable location. Once built, that's 650 feet of wall blocking these units from East Palm Canyon will be a barrier to any street life, just as the wall at Ocio, another development down the block. Let's not waste this opportunity to help the city grow with a diversity of housing to serve a more varied range of ages and income brackets, creating a more vibrant, livable, and walkable community. This developer's proposal requires a significant zoning change that thumbs its nose at the city's housing goals and should be rejected. Thank you.
Dick Burkett, followed by Larry Johnson.
Yes, good evening, planning commissioners and staff. My name is Dick Burkett, co-founder of the Palm Springs Architectural Alliance and former chair of the Historic Site Preservation Board. While the PSAA supports the ongoing and past preservation efforts, we also look into the future. What architecture will Palm Springs be celebrating for commercial buildings being built today? Will we lose our worldwide reputation? Will we maintain the city's motto, Palm Springs like no place else? Or will we become known as Palm Springs like anywhere else? We're at that stage right now, and we can solve it. During Modernism Week, we meet architects and designers from all over the world. Many have asked us, with Palm Springs' international reputation for innovative architecture and your amazing inventory from the 50s and the 60s, we are surprised as we look around with the lack of design integrity of your newer construction. What happened? Why? Does anybody care? However, let's turn this around. I want to be optimistic. That's my nature. And that we can turn the corner with the new proposed Nexus projects. I'd like to take this opportunity to actually thank their representatives who welcomed our comments at their on-site February community input meeting. They appeared to be sensitive and understood our plea for design excellence that is innovative. So here is an opportunity to turn the corner and get back on track with their proposed Twin Palms project. So I'm addressing really design schematics. That good night, and also we have now affordable housing projects which demonstrate that good design need not be more expensive. So this can be a win-win, both for the developer and the city. Now is the time to seize the opportunity to set an example going forward. Let's work together. Thank you so much.
Larry Johnson, followed by Tom Ike.
Hi, my name is Larry Johnson. I live at 1957 South Anna Maria Way. I lived there 26 years. When I moved in, Twin Palms was a pretty, not the community it is today. It's done quite a turnaround. I'm just going to limit my comments to traffic issues and just plead to say that others can talk about the architecture, but I walk that community every day, and I think it's essential that you have at least an entrance and an exit on 111 for this property. And watching what happens from the Oak Tree, but also on the other side from the hotel, you know, there's no stoplights there and people drive in and out. So, I mean, it is possible to do that. I would just recommend that as you think about that you think about it at one end and the other, that you have like a U-shaped entrance where people coming from downtown could come in, and at the south end, a U-shape where they could go out. And I'd probably also encourage you to require some kind of median down the middle of the street so people don't just go, as we all know, people get creative in their driving. But I am encouraged, and I also wanted to say that I'm pleased that the recommendation that was made by many people to engage a local architect has been listened to, and I hope that's good news for the ongoing discussion process. Thank you.
Tom Ike, followed by Michael Wallager.
Hi, everybody. My name's Tom Ike, a resident of Twin Palms and on the advisory board for the neighborhood organization. I've owned my home on Laverne for 4.5 years and spent my career in design as an engineer working with architects and designers mostly. I came to Palm Springs after visiting relatives here for many decades and have observed, as you all know, that it's full of creative people, not just architects and designers, but artists and others. And I can tell you, in speaking to many of my friends here who are in that category, we just are increasingly despairing of the bad quality of design that we see getting built in new housing. And I think I would encourage the developer to not think about architecture as aesthetics. Architecture and design is planning. Architecture and design is strategy. And what I think some of the questions from the commission have raised is, what is the strategy? There seems to be no strategy other than we're going to fill an empty lot. And I believe that with finding strategy, you could actually engage the community, call them workshops, call them charrettes between the developer. I'm very pleased that there's a creative director, if I can call Sean Lockyer that, who's going to be involved. But the lone person can't solve the problem of the lot, the zoning requirements, the goals of the community, and the fears of those of us that love good architecture. So I hope that there can be a way to continue things like this study session that actually engage the community in workshopping how this is going to turn from what is a terrible cookie cutter schematic to something that we can be proud of. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you for having us. I'm Michael Wallager. I've lived in Twin Palms for 4.5 years. And this is a rare and sensitive site, one of the last of its kind in Palm Springs. It's surrounded by architecturally significant residential communities designed by notable Palm Springs architects like William Kreisel, Hugh Capter, and Laszlo Sandor. It is largely a community of one-story residences that preserve views of the mountains in all directions. It's also a relatively low-density community with ample open spaces surrounding each unit and not much street traffic. And it's a dark sky community with minimum light pollution. Accordingly, I would urge the developers to consider reducing the number of units in the development, allowing for open space, views, and landscaping, and offsetting it elsewhere. Maintaining a one-story height limit along East Twin Palms, at least, in accordance with the other buildings in the residential communities there. And I'm happy that this seems to already be happening, but hiring an architect who can design something appropriate for the neighborhood and who respects the existing residential fabric. If done correctly, this can still be immensely profitable and actually add to the wonderful and important legacy of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Eric Cheel, followed by Chris Menrad.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Eric Cheel. I'm a 16-year resident of the Twin Palms neighborhood and the founding past chair of the Twin Palms Neighborhood Organization. And like some others before me, I was pleased to learn tonight that the architect selected for this project is from our local pool. 70 years ago, there was nothing like Twin Palms in this city or even in this entire region of the state, a full-scale modernist neighborhood. It was envisioned by Bill Kreisel, the architect who believed that he wasn't just designing homes, he was designing entire living environments that were uniquely adapted to their desert location. At the scale that he was designing, this was radically different in style from anything before it in these parts. But it was so thoughtfully planned and it was so carefully executed that it triggered an explosion of what we now think of as desert modernist architecture. And it was an explosion that still quite profitably reverberates today. The fundamental change brought about was not just by Kreisel's vision and his talent, it also required the courage of his convictions and most critically, the confidence and support of his builders. That was 70 years ago. Times change and tastes change and tools and materials and techniques change and the needs of society change. So I don't think any of us here is calling for clones of Kreisel's designs, and even less so the appropriation of its most distinctive elements. What I think we're saying is that this is the last opportunity in this neighborhood and among the last opportunities citywide to make a real architectural statement. We're not requesting copies of Kreisel's work. We're requesting the recapture of vision and courage and the confidence that so effectively broke ground here 70 years ago. This project should be equally distinctive and distinguished, but in its own right. This should be an opportunity not to capitalize on our city's architectural legacy, but to broaden it and deepen it and perhaps touch off another architectural explosion that we can ride for the next 70 years. Thank you.
And Chris Menrad.
Hello there. My name is Chris Menrad, and I'm a 25-year resident of Palm Springs. I live in Twin Palms. I own a William Kreisel designed home that was the first one to actually be designated as a Class 1 historic site by the city of Palm Springs. I'm one of the authors of the book on William Kreisel, and I've been on the Architectural and Design Council at the Palm Springs Art Museum, and I'm also a founding member of the Palm Springs Modern Committee. So obviously I'm here to talk to you about the importance of good architecture. And while the applicant has addressed it tonight, I do want to continue to say what I had written down, because I think for this project, but as well as other projects going forward, we really have to be looking at this. So, you know, you're probably aware Palm Springs is very well known for the mid-century modern architecture that is promulgated by these huge events now, Modernism Week, lots of press. Our little town has always seemed to be front and center in the news. But it seems like with all the new construction, not necessarily the project you have in front of you now maybe, I fear that Palm Springs is going to become a museum of innovative architecture versus something that's ongoing. We see so many buildings that are just being done in a sort of a mundane, pseudo-modern style. It's seen everywhere in the country. It's placeless, it's soulless. The look tries to appeal to everyone, and ultimately it appeals to no one. and it's not adding anything to our mystique as a design mecca. We have many of these projects over the years, and they've all been planned development districts, which seem to be handed out like candy over the years. Some of them are the Biltmore, Oseo, Elan, Cody Place, View, Vibe, Icon, Palermo, and one going up right now called Canyon View near Rimrock. So if you take a look at those, you're going to see a very common theme throughout, and it's just sort of this plain, almost you'd think it's maybe a Minecraft game where some of these buildings get their inspiration from. Uninteresting architecture that is basically just boxes with some unimaginably applied tile, color, and other decoration. It can be in every city throughout this country. There's no pride of place in these buildings. They tell the world that we're not even trying. The developers build them, sell them, and they move on, and we are left with the result. So we need to offer direction to these developers to do better. We, as both citizens and visitors, deserve better, since these buildings will be looked at and used for generations, and they're our legacy to these generations. We're running out of vacant land, so it's important that we be very discerning and demanding about good architecture going forward, and not these cookie-cutter designs that we see everywhere. I think I'm done. Thank you.
That is the end of the speakers we have registered in the chambers. If you have not spoken yet and you would like to, please come up now. For those who are online, if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand so that I can allow you to talk. There's a raise hand button on your screen. I see no additional speakers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The matter is before the commission. Just in terms of our deliberations, we are not taking a position on this. We are offering guidance. And so as you make comments, they're comments adding, basically telling the applicant where you feel comfortable with what they've done and where you have concerns about what they've done. And it's before the commission. Is there anybody who'd like to speak? Commissioner Murphy.
I really appreciate all the comments about the importance of architecture. And I don't think anybody in this room would argue with that emphasis. I guess the areas that I'm uncomfortable with is in this study group trying to give some direction on density, because everything seems to flow from that guideline. And I don't know where to go with it, but I think at some point during this discussion we have to give the applicant some guidelines on density. I don't know how we do that, but that's one comment. I don't like the proposed wall that runs the whole.
And I would just say I have concerns with.
Pardon me?
I just phrased that as
Okay,
I have concerns about.
The wall, just the view driving on Palm Canyon to see a wall and then a three-story block of buildings doesn't seem like it would be aesthetically appealing. So that's I think right now my biggest concern with the overall development. Thank you.
Commissioner Morrell, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I share the concerns about that wall and blocking from Palm Canyon. I'd like to see more, possibly some kind of a mixed use along Palm Canyon where people could actually have some street life. The other thing, I don't know if the developer looked at, but there's currently an intersection with sagebrush right across from this lot that possibly you could connect to. That I guess would be a question for the the applicant and the city engineer. But it looks like you could do east-west turn there, which would be difficult to do other places. And also in the presentation package, I know we're not really looking at those renderings anymore, but it seemed like the renderings were bigger than the houses shown on the lots. I'm not sure. I'm sure these are just representative of ideas, but they don't even look like they would fit on these lots. And I was sort of curious about the representative architecture. There's a building in the middle that I've never seen in Palm Springs. It's interesting and different, but I was curious how that influenced the design, or could influence. And I would like to see the houses facing Twin Palms. I think it would be a lot better streetscape, because currently a lot of the houses are directly on Twin Palms. And I think a lot of this could be accomplished without losing any homes, possibly looking at ways to increase homes.
Yes, Commissioner Rotman.
Yes, I'll say I have concerns. So I have concerns that this site plan is an exercise in maximizing based on a certain model. And I have concerns, given the housing element, that this density may be lower than we would desire. I have concerns that the site plan and the proposed housing don't adequately address the existing fabric along the architectural and environmental fabric along East Palm Canyon, and also turns its back on the residents on East Twin Palms. I think there is, I have concerns there's not enough landscaping buffer on the street elevations, and yeah, that'll cover it for now. I think I also have, talking about the density, I think one option would be to have something lower scale around the perimeter and then build up to a higher scale project in the middle so that it is a better reflection of what the existing environmental fabric is. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Miller.
Yeah, I agree with much of what has been stated already, and I appreciate, especially Commissioner Rotman before me. I couldn't agree with you more. I think this is half-baked. I think it needs to go back to the drawing board. I think while we all believe there needs to be respect for the lower density development around it on the edges, primarily to the south and southeast, I think the treatment along Palm Canyon is woefully inadequate. I think the developer needs to look at an additional product type, whether they want to or not. The only way you're going to get additional density, which you must do while still respecting the lower density edges, is to provide a different product type. This isn't ready for us to look at.
Go ahead.
I would second much of what, or all of what Commissioner Miller said. I think we've started from the wrong product, and we've drawn together, put a sketch out and then drawn together the neighbors to comment on something that is fundamentally wrong for what the city needs going forward and what we're looking for. But on top of that, I would say that what we don't need is an isolated community inward facing unto itself. Twin Palms is a beautiful street. I go there 8 times a week on my bike, and I just ride back and forth, and I love it. It's got grace. It's got it's a breath of fresh air. It's a respite. I think you need more of a border there, you need more landscaping there, but underneath it all, I think that we need to have a true multifamily project, which this is not. There are reasons why the zoning ordinance does not allow this single-family residences in this zone. They don't belong along Palm Canyon, and adding access from Palm Canyon is probably the wrong thing to do to the 40,000 vehicle trips a day that go up and down there. I'm throwing the number out there and looking at Jonathan to see if he's going to correct me on that. You don't want driving into single-family homes off a street that is busy. That being said, I think we have a couple of great points made by some of the speakers tonight, and one was saying that what we really need is vision, courage, and confidence in the design. There are beautiful multifamily developments, and there are very functional ones, and that can reflect different styles and different eras. I think Ocotillo Lodge is one that was pointed out as working very well in that kind of location. I think that starting with the concept of single-family homes there is just the wrong starting point.
I had the pleasure of working on the changes we made to the planned unit development concept. And the site plan on this is exactly why we changed the standards and the design. And a lot of what people are complaining about are projects that were built under the old guidelines. You know, like everybody else, I love Sean. I like his work, I'm inspired by it, but one good architect is not enough. We need to start with a site plan on this that works. I am uncomfortable with the idea of a planned unit development to avoid our zoning. That is going to be really, I mean, that's going to be, when this comes back to me, that is the first place I'm going to have a problem. The comments that have been made have been really good. I completely agree with Commissioner Miller that this is not even a starting point, that this isn't ready for us to take a look at this. It is, I mean, they improved it tonight by throwing a good architect's name into what was probably the tackiest version of what people want to think good modernist architecture is. In a community that was, with the designs that the housing designs we saw would not, in this density, would not work. As I look at the site plan, even if this were single-family housing, some things we don't like to see, like hammerheads, we don't like to see an enclosed community. We don't want to see a community that turns its back on the street. And it turns it back on both streets, both of which are significant and important in different ways. And I could be comfortable with something that comes back with lower density that faces the street that isn't walled in on East Twin Palms Drive. That would be a concern if we do something that offends what's beautiful on that drive. But designing what's here does offend what's beautiful on that drive in terms of, and the site plan is in front of us. So, I share the concerns that most of my commissioners have, but I do think we need to see something that respects our zoning, that pays good attention to Palm Canyon. The Ocotillo Lounge is a great example of something that was built in the past that works. I think I think we could get someplace that works, and I think I don't know what engineering will allow in Palm Canyon, so that is a question, whether they will allow people to drive up to the, whatever is there, but an apartment building that, or something that allows you to drive to it, and the Biltmore does. I mean, the Biltmore has, which the applicant has built, has a nice presence on Palm Canyon. What I'm looking at here doesn't it doesn't feel like it respects the street. It feels like it is, so in terms of site plan, I want to respect both streets, and I'm not comfortable ignoring the needs of the city in the housing element. You know, it just, to do a planned development district to avoid our zoning and to avoid the need that the city has under the housing element, and we're required to do by the state, to come in with a PD to do that doesn't work for me when it comes back. Are there other comments? Hopefully we've added enough guidance here, and I want to thank everybody for coming in and talking with us. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Moving right along, does anybody need a break? Not yet.
If you could
I'll
formally,
ask again at 9 o'clock.
if you could formally adjourn this study session, Madam Chair.
Oh,
before you-
yes. The study session is adjourned, and I will convene the regular meeting of the Palm Springs Planning Commission for March 25th, 2025. I think we need a new roll call, so I'll call the meeting to order, and if you can call the roll, please. Present.
Here.
Here.
Commissioner Miller.
Present.
Commissioner Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Rotman.
Here.
Commissioner Morale.
Here.
Can I have a report on the posting of the agenda, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, the agenda was available for public access on the City Hall's exterior bulletin board and posted online in accordance with our policies and procedures by 6 p.m. on Thursday, March 20th.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
At this point, time has been set aside for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on consent calendar and other agenda items and items of the general interest within our jurisdiction. We can't take action on anything that is not on the posted agenda, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. As I look at these items, item 2 and 3, 2A and B are both public hearing items, so members of the public who wish to testify on items 1A or 2A and 2B can speak now, or they can speak at the time of the hearing on the item. If you are here on item 3A, the time to speak on that item is now, and that is the comments on what we would describe as the potential paint store. So if you're here on that item, you should speak now.
Please identify yourself for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Matt McWhorter. I'm the applicant for the Sherwin-Williams Paint Store. Here before you about a month ago. You had some concerns with not necessarily being pedestrian friendly, not enough glass on the building, not a robust landscape plan. We've come back, added it, more defined entrance. We've changed the floor plan so you don't walk into the tent room. We've added all glass on Palm Canyon. What else did we do? The landscaping is way more robust than it was. And I guess when we present it after the next two, then we can continue discussion.
And if you would stay here, because as the item comes up, we may want to ask you questions.
Sure. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tim Scheffler. I'm a resident of Old Las Palmas, living at 339 Verita Norte. And I should mention I'm also vice chairman of 1PS and on the board of Old Las Palmas as well, serving on the beautification committee. I wanted to speak on the issue of the paint store. Obviously, we've been putting there's been a lot of effort by many to improve the walkability of that part of town, and from between the Uptown Design Center up to Vista Chino. And recently, we've had the Heyday now located back into the neighborhood, joining 1501 and Sandfish, as well as the Rod Hotel. We've also had the recently opened shops at 1345, now has a outdoor seating area that has a wine and coffee place. So basically, it's becoming a lot more friendly to the walking community. And that's really what we have been looking for. We're very happy that the Thompson also is further down the street, but adding to the walkability of the north part of town. I think the paint store, as it was described in the last meeting, looked like it could be in any town USA and really doesn't add anything to the community. I think with the Aloe complex opening up with 70 residential units, it seemed to be out of sync with really what we want to be doing in that part of the town. So I think there are probably other options that a paint store can be located in Palm Springs, but this is probably not the best place. So,
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public?
We have several members online. If you would like to speak now on item 3A, which is the
We have
paint-
one person.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes.
So my name is Wayne Gottlieb. I am the owner of the property we're proposing the paint store. And I disagree with this gentleman coming up here saying that that's not what is like there. This property is zoned for what we are proposing. And if he wants to have a restaurant, a walking area, then let him buy the property. But it's a beautiful place. The design is coming up very nicely. It's what we requested. And I think we should approve and go ahead with it. Thank you.
If you are online and would like to speak now on this item, please raise your hand. Sorry, Madam Chair, just 1 second. No speakers, no additional speakers at this time.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. We have one item on the consent calendar, which is the approval of the minutes of February 26th, 2025. Do we have a motion on that?
So moved. A second.
Any comments? Could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Chair Wormick.
Yes.
Vice Chair Alayan.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Rotman.
Yes.
Commissioner Morrell.
Yes.
Okay, our next item, and that's approved. Thank you. Our next item is item 2A, which is a request by LILAC 19 LLC for a conditional use permit for the redevelopment of Building I at the Springs Shopping Center for the construction of a quick-service restaurant with a drive-through located at 5200 East Ramon Road, Zone M1P. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was originally reviewed by the Planning Commission on December 11th of 2024. And at that meeting, you provide comments to the applicant and continued the hearing to a date uncertain. So this hearing today was duly noticed in the Desert Sun newspaper, and also hearing notices were sent out to property owners within 500 feet. And also the 1PS neighborhood meeting representatives were notified. So the request today for you is a conditional use permit by the Planning Commission. And then if the project is moved forward, it will be reviewed by the Architecture Review Committee at a later date. So the proposal was to demolish Building I, which is a building that is in the center of the complex, construct a 5,707 square foot restaurant with 78 indoor seats and 24 outdoor seats, and then a proposal for 3 drive-through lanes with a potential for 49 vehicles of stacking. The location of the site is in the Spring Shopping Center and is viewed in the red box in this slide. The building itself will be demolished and the new restaurant will be put in its place. And looking closer at the site, you'll see that there's a field of parking currently in the center between this building and building to the west, which has a Massage Envy and Ulta, just to familiarize yourself with what's nearby. There is an access point that is to the east, which is off of East Ramon Road, and we'll get into that discussion in just a minute. So looking at the site plan, the site plan has not changed very much from when you previously saw it. There were some comments that you provided to the applicant. One was that the drive that I just described coming from East Palm Canyon be straightened out. There was an area where it sort of narrowed the drive aisle. They have pulled the curb back and made it a straight through to the exit of the development. So in looking at the Planning Commission direction, you had some comments about the circulation within the shopping center. The applicant went and hired an engineer and did a traffic impact analysis based upon the original EIR, which was done for the Spring Shopping Center in 2005. The other discussion items were the on-site circulation and then the drive-through queuing analysis. So in the staff report, there is a table which has been placed on this slide that talks about the chip generation forecast for the shopping center. So if we look at the second column down here first, there we go. So in the original EIR, it anticipated that there would be 16,531 trips daily to the shopping center. With the removal of Building I and the development of the Chick-fil-A restaurant, there will be a total of 15,690 trips. So there's a reduction of 640 trips that would result from the new restaurant being added, which is 640 less trips than what was originally anticipated in the original EIR and evaluated. Site circulation includes this slide, which shows how folks would come in and out of the shopping center off of San Luis Rey, the drive aisle that we mentioned that is being widened, the drive aisle that is next to the food court area or the food building area, another exit entrance off of Gene Autry Trail, and another one that is farther up by the Aldi, and then of course the one that is at the very end in front of Home Depot. Internal circulation to the new restaurant will be via the internal middle parking lot. This shows how vehicles would enter and exit the site. The red is the vehicular path into the drive-through area, and then the blue is the exit. The Planning Commission gave directions, and I'm going to go through these quickly. and then give you comments, which are mentioned in the staff report. So the Planning Commission had concerns about the pedestrian crossing at the drive-through. And if I go to the next slide, this is the crossing that allows pedestrians to go from East Ramon Road into the site. And how it is laid out now is that it would cross in front of the drive-through areas. And the Planning Commission asked if that was the best location. The applicant did an analysis, reviewed it, and they are not proposing any changes. They feel this is the best location, and I'll have them describe that to you. The Planning Commission also asked for greater patio shading. If you remember, it was let me go to the patio shading. So this is a slide showing the revised patio shading, which includes adding some columns, adding a wall, and then louvers. They're also adding large shade trees in the landscape area to the south, and that is what they're proposing to provide more shade to the outdoor seating. Sorry, I have to go back and forth to get to these. There is also a separation of the patio and the drive-through lanes. If you saw that other slide, they're proposing to build a low wall, which is right here. If you can see here, that will separate the drive-through lanes. There's a better one. 1 second. Let me go back. There's a better example of this in one of these slides. This is looking at the Chick-fil-A outdoor patio seating, and there's a wall here that will separate the queuing lanes from the outdoor eating area. The landscaping at the Spring Shopping Center, I'll come back to that in a minute because I have those slides at the very end. Revise the driveway on the east side. That is what I was talking about, widening the drive out and straightening it out so that it's a straight drive from the Home Depot lot out to Ramon Road. The ADA parking spaces location. In the site plan, the ADA parking spaces are located here in front of the center, which is a direct access. Their response is that this is where they would like them to stay. They have not moved them. There was some concerns about if stacking occurs out into that drive aisle, how would somebody back in and out? There is going to be a widening of this driveway here, so this is beyond 24 feet, and they feel that there's enough maneuvering. Plus, they'll have staff members out on the parking area and in the drive-through areas that will be able to direct if that were to occur. You asked to add similar palm trees along East Palm Canyon Road as what's in the rest of the center. They've done that. The building exterior to relate to the rest of the shopping center, they have revised some of the paint colors. Add parking lot shade trees. They are adding mesquite trees, which are larger trees than what they had proposed before. And then to study an alternative to the third drive-through. In the traffic analysis, it talks about different restaurants that are within the Southern California area that they used as sort of a test case and analyzed what their needs were for stacking, and they still feel that they need the third drive-through, and I'll let them, the applicant, speak to that. So moving forward, this is the landscape plan, and this shows the new mesquite trees located in the center of the parking area, the new trees that will be added, the palm trees along Palm Canyon to relate to the rest of the center, and then as they widen this drive-through, they'll have to redo the planting area as you enter and exit the site. The building elevations are similar to what you saw in December. Here's the material board, and as I mentioned, I'll have the applicant talk about the different colors and materials. And then in your packet, there's a series of images and perspectives of what the building would look like. This is showing the west side with the front entry, the ADA parking, and then the pickup window. This is the west side, and then showing to the right is the outdoor patio. Once again, the outdoor patio. The zoning code requires that there be a 4.5-foot tall wall that screens any kind of parking or drive-through, and that is what this slide is showing. This is a masonry wall that the applicant can describe what that material will be. This is a photograph of existing structure over the drive-through ordering area, and I put this in here just so you could see what the material and what it would look like. And these are other schemes of how it would look from Ramon Road, also from Ramon Road. This is looking into the driveway towards the Home Depot in the background, and then other images. This is an area showing where the road will be widened. Currently, this narrows the driveway, and this would, where the red curb is, will be pulled back. Some site photographs that you've seen before, just so to orient yourself. And talking about the landscaping. So the shopping center owner has provided a landscape plan showing what replacement trees would happen and when they would happen. So in their letter to us, it states that the revisions or the replanting of the site to the original landscape plan, which was approved in 2007, would occur by April. The applicant is here and they can describe what the landscape plan will be, but this is showing replacement trees. I know if you looked at one of the copied versions, you really can't tell what's yellow and what's green, but the yellow dots are the ones that are missing, and granted, there are quite a few. So the shopping center is not in compliance with the original landscape plan, and they are aware of that. So the Planning Commission needs to make findings in order to approve the conditional use permit. In the resolution, it talks about how the property meets all the development standards of the zone. It meets the general plan goals of a regional business center. The site is adequate in size and the intended use. The site relates to the surrounding streets and is properly designed to carry traffic. This is a very auto-oriented development with all the streets fully built out and signalized, with a major international airport just to the west, and the conditions imposed are deemed are necessary. So staff is recommending that the traffic impact analysis provides an adequate analysis of the on-site circulation that conforms to the development standards, conforms to the general plan, and that the Planning Commission approve the CUP. And that concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you. Questions for staff, but I wanted to start with one. We asked for a wayfinding plan in the center itself because the traffic pattern in the center is difficult. I think every single member of this commission mentioned that it wasn't the analysis we got back, which was the original, the traffic to be used. And I see nothing in this that relates to the wayfinding plan. For example, I would use myself as an example. I enter the center off of Gene Autry. Getting to this location, because no streets are marked in terms of how you travel, is one, confusing, and two, can be dangerous. And I see absolutely nothing in this report that gives us that. Is there something that I'm missing?
There is nothing that you're missing. The applicant was at the meeting and heard the same thing that I did.
Thank you. Other questions of staff?
I have a quick question. Can you show us, somewhere in the staff report, I believe that it said that the pedestrian access from Ramon was near where the public transit the bus stop is, and I'm not seeing it. Can you point out exactly where the bus stop is?
Right, the bus stop is here. There's the turnout. So it's just beyond San Luis Rey.
Okay, so now they would be traveling
Right.
west on the sidewalk until it, oh, okay.
Right here.
I just couldn't find it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Murphy.
Is the reduction in daily trips based solely on the reduction in square footage?
I'll have the transportation engineer answer that.
Okay.
Other questions? I have one. I asked for just whether the center was in compliance with its landscape plan, and I got a report back that you might want, I don't know if you have it, you might want to share it, but it looks like the first objection to the landscape plan was in May of 2014. It looks like the issue gets dealt with and they go out of compliance, and it looks like they have been out of compliance currently since March 6th of 2024. Is that correct?
Right. And normally when an application comes into the planning department, we look at the overall site. And if there's an issue with something that's not in compliance, we will try to get them to come into compliance. And around that time was when the application was submitted, and we knew that the site was not in compliance and had code enforcement open a code compliance action on them.
And why would it not have been taken care of before it came to us?
We have been working with the applicant and the shopping center owner over this time to try to get them to come into compliance. And the applicant will give you an update. They have been planting trees. I have physically been out there and seen them. They are in a process of bringing it into compliance.
Okay, and I guess some of my questions will be for the applicant regarding the studies that they've shown to us and the necessity. The staff's recommendation, is that a recommendation for all 3 drive lines, or based on the studies, where would your recommendation fall?
So the zoning code is silent on the number of drive-throughs that are permitted or not permitted, and their analysis provided talks about what they anticipate the number of queuing to be. And they give us an explanation as to why the 3rd drive lane is they're asking for it. Staff has not made any recommendation on the number of drive-throughs. The site plan is what they're proposing. There's nothing that would tell us that it's prohibited from having 3 drive-throughs. So that is what is before us today. And it's a discretionary approval, as you know, and the Planning Commission has the final decision on the number of drive-throughs.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Yes.
One question, still going back to the pedestrian crossing. From an engineering traffic study perspective, since nothing has been done to this, is engineering comfortable with allowing pedestrians to cross three lanes of vehicular traffic that are idling in order to reach the facility?
For ADA purposes and whatnot, that's ordinarily a building and safety call if it's going to be an on-site circulation.
But I would say that it's not contrary to any existing city policy or regulation.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff? There being none, we can open the public hearing. The applicant has 10 minutes, and then members of the public will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Appreciate your time tonight. We have no presentation as far as Glenn has presented our project. We've taken your feedback that you've given us from December, made some changes to the site. We feel like we do have an improved site, and some things that we've kept the same. We have reasoning for that, and we're happy to explain that. I do want to introduce our team, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Myself, my name is Jeremiah Cover. Here with Logan McGowan from 4G Development. And then we also have David Peck, the local Palm Desert operator from Chick-fil-A. And then Eric Baker with Chick-fil-A Development. Kyle Mayberry is here from LLG Engineers as our traffic consultant. And then Sarah Withers and Carrie Kramer are here from the property owners team as well. So appreciate your time. Happy to answer any questions that come up.
We don't have questions at this point. We'll go through the rest of the public hearing, and if you will stay
Absolutely.
for questions.
Thank you.
Are there members of the public who
We
wish to
have
speak?
no members of the public registered to speak. If you are here and not part of the applicant team who will come up later and would like to speak, please come up now. If you are online and would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand so that I can unmute you and allow you to speak. I see no speakers, Madam Chair.
The public hearing is closed, and the matter is before the commission. Commissioner Miller, were you looking like you were going to speak?
I don't think I was looking, but I certainly could speak. Well, I think to the greatest extent, to a great extent, they have taken our comments into consideration. There might be one or two areas that I know there may be more than that other commissioners have. But I think they've gone a long way to answering our questions and our issues. I appreciate the traffic analysis. It actually came out with a result that I was assuming would happen when you remove 21,000 square feet of retail and put 7,000 square feet of restaurant back. Even though restaurant on a per square foot basis is higher, 21 versus 7 will result in a reduction. And so I think that's important for us to keep in mind as we're deliberating on this. I don't have any other comments at this time.
Commissioner Morrell.
Thank you. I sort of had a different take on it because I didn't feel like our questions were really addressed. Most of my questions are for the applicant and having to do with the queuing analysis that was part of the traffic report. There were 4 sites that you guys provided the statistics on, the drive-through statistics, but I looked at the 4 sites and none of them seemed similar to the Spring Shopping Center. One of them was, the first one's at UC Irvine, which is basically a college kind of situation, so you're probably not going to get as many cars to begin with, and you're also going to get more spread out during the day, student activity, I would think. The second site was off the 5 freeway, directly off the 5, and I don't think it had indoor dining. Either that one or the one that was off of the 10 freeway doesn't have indoor dining. It's just basically a drive-through. The other thing is, from my experience, if I'm on a freeway and I stop to eat, I'm usually stopping to use restrooms and such, so people probably wouldn't gravitate so much to the drive-through, but I don't know if that's true. And then the 4th site was at a Westfield mall, adjacent to a mall, and that mall gets 25,000 visitors a day. I don't think Springs is getting that many visitors. The hours of the study only go to 8 p.m. And anyway, I think that's my comments on the queuing. I have some other comments, but I'm not understanding why you need 49 queuing spaces. And I think your own analysis says you expect 23 vehicles maximum.
Can you phrase those as questions to the applicant, correct? Because
Yeah,
we're still in
so
questions.
maybe-
I can.
Maybe if you could
I'll
you
give
could
it a text. So
explain
Kyle
why
Mayberry,
you need
principal with the Scotland
49,
Green Space
why you
Engineers.
need queuing for 49 vehicles. I didn't think anything you provided justified that amount of queuing, or even 3 lanes of queuing.
I think Eric can speak to that. I'll address the queuing studies. We've worked, primarily since COVID, as you recall, there was a lot of queuing issues at some of the popular drive-through because people, that's all they did was wait in line. So we have worked at many Chick-fil-A's in Southern California. So these were studies we already had, and the goal was to provide some context on what type of queuing would be expected. So 31 was the peak, was on a Friday. That was the absolute max. Just to give some context to where we were relative to what you would expect. So we would expect, because Chick-fil-A's pretty much operate the same. I will say though, not that I'm an expert at it now, but they've improved their kitchen operation, their cooking techniques. So the drive-through would actually go a little faster. So we'd expect the queuing not to necessarily be that much, but it gives some context to that. At a maximum of 31 and a potential for 49, we would never expect the queuing to be into the drive aisles, and certainly not into the roadway, which is always the biggest concern, is the overflow of queuing. As it relates to the need for the 49, I'll let Eric speak to that.
Chair, Commissioners, thanks for your time today. Eric Baker from Chick-fil-A. So he's right in his queuing analysis that 36 would be what we're at with the two, we'll call them interior drive-through lanes. So the interior-most and the middle lane. Those are what we'll use for active ordering, traditional drive-through ordering that you've all seen and you're used to. We'll be outside more than likely, definitely during peak times with the face-to-face order taking that he referenced in his analysis. But that outside lane, so if we look at 36 cars for those two interior lanes, we're hitting 95th percentile of our peak times. We're gonna handle the capacity so it doesn't have to queue off parcel, even outside of our drive-through. That third lane is what we're calling a mobile through lane. It's a fairly new initiative with Chick-fil-A. It gives app users, so our guests that order through the app, and David could speak to this, our operator from Palm Desert, what his percentages are, so it's local. But a higher and higher percentage of our guests are ordering through the app. This gives them an option to pick up in the drive-through where they don't interact with anybody. They can tell us they're on their way while en route, and they go straight to the drive-through window. So that's just another lane. It's part of the parking lot, if you will. It's not necessarily a drive-through lane where there's gonna be idling and order taking. There is gonna be times where they get into a line to get to the window, but they're going straight to that window to pick up their food. Yeah, absolutely.
Context. Hi, David Peck, Chick-fil-A Palm Desert, and thank you for your question. I think it's actually a really important one. When we talk about the three lanes, the goal of it is to get cars out of traffic patterns, but our goal is to move folks very quickly through and to reduce idling. We're averaging 3.5 to 4 minute times throughout the day. The inside lane, as we look at this diagram, would be the mobile through lane. Presently, we're operating at a low of about 35% of our total drive uses the mobile app. We push it upwards of 42 to 45% during certain time periods. And so what that allows the individual to do is order on their phone, they come through, they scan, it triggers to our kitchen. Actually, we're working on geofencing, so 5 miles away, if you enable it, it then triggers, then it lets you know we're here, so that then our kitchen can start making the food, you pull forward, and then somebody provides the food to you, and you have the ability to leave. One of the things, so that's the mobile through lane. One of the things that I love about the two external lanes is in the desert, it's hot. We had 78 days last year of 110 plus heat. This allows for a reduction of idling because at a certain point, we got to bring our team members in for their protection. And so it allows 2 reader boards on the outside for us to take headset orders, get the food, get the order into kitchen from a headset, and then queue those cars so that we can then get them through, thus reducing the idle time. Now, the best way I can say is to look at In-N-Out Burger, and you can see that it's a similar situation, but it's one lane. So it's always going to be a certain amount of time. This allows us the ability to then take orders 3 different ways. 2 on the screens on headset during those 78 days of 110 plus, but it also allows us the ability to use the mobile through lane. And I believe that having seen it in practice at San Bernardino, right near Cal State San Bernardino, it actually increases the speed of service, it increases guest satisfaction, and it reduces the amount of time of cars idling in the drive area. It speeds everybody up. And so I think it's a great addition for us to consider for Palm Springs.
On the app, I'll just add one more thing real quick if I may. So on the app, that's the platform to order online. There's 3 methods of pickup. There's carry out, there's curbside, and there's mobile through. The operator, so we're limiting the options of the operator. And of the 3, the one that has a car not parked idling for a long period of time would be the mobile through. Because the other 2, they're parking. They're either parking and waiting for a team member to bring the food to them, or they're parking, having somebody from their car themselves run in and get the food. Thank you.
There'll be more questions on this, so I'm going to take questions on this first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm still not clear on how this, I've never been to Chick-fil-A. I rarely use a drive-through. So we're no longer speaking to the Jack-in-the-Box face and driving up and handing our money to a window any longer?
A mobile guest, no. They're ordering through the app. They're interacting.
But how is the food being delivered to the passenger?
By a team member.
Through a window or they're
Yes,
physically?
sir. It's the same order pickup method.
Yeah, through a window, or we will run it out to actually the individual cars.
But for the other 2 lanes, they're speaking to a box and then they drive up, and how is their food being?
Same way.
So it
it's a
reduces
box or
to
a
2
team member.
lanes.
I'm sorry?
It reduces to 2 lanes.
Right, but you can't reach a window if you're in the outside lane.
When we go to lunchtime, we have 2 individuals outside of the restaurant. They're called Expo, and they literally take the food and they deliver it to the individuals and their cars.
So
And we do that presently in Palm Desert.
And how does that work in the summer when we have these, like today it was 95 degrees and I was burning up just walking from my office across the parking lot to the cafeteria to get lunch?
Yeah, 2 things, and you're welcome to visit us at our restaurant and see it.
That's okay.
I'm just, if you're interested in looking at it,
Yeah.
I'd love to have you visit. But we look at heat mitigation patterns. It's all in shaded environments. We have misters, we have fans, and we encourage team. We provide hydration stations. We encourage them to pre-hydrate. We bring them in and out of the restaurant depending on what the heat is, and it works.
And if allowed to build this as proposed, there's an actual door, so it's not the window that we've seen in years past.
Right. So
There is a Tormax door that the team members can go in and out of. So they're in that hot environment for less period of time.
Thank you.
So what you've told us is that you can basically, with the 2 lanes, take care of your traffic. And this is an optional lane, it takes care of 95% of the queuing with the 2 lanes. It works. So what happens if you don't have this app lane? Do people stop? Do they park and go in? And what happens to your interior service? I mean, many of us have gone into restaurants that have drive-through lanes, and you no longer can get service. You go through a much longer service period inside.
And it does have to transfer. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. The same number of guests, fewer channels, the other channels are probably going to take a little longer. From observation for your first question, what I've seen in San Bernardino, in Oregon, in other markets where the mobile through lane is not used, so to answer that question, they would have to get in the line with those traditional drive-through ordering guests. So they would then be woven in. They've placed their order, but now they have to wait with everybody else to get to the window. So this provides a shorter idle time alternative to get to that pickup window or door.
But, so it provides a shorter alternate, but we don't have them outside of they'd still be inside of the queuing lanes.
If we don't have, there would be no passing lane, if you will. There would be no mobile through lane with only 2.
Right, I understand that. So there wouldn't be a mobile through lane, but the other issue is your traffic can fit in your 2 queuing lanes, which is what you've told us, because you cover 95% of it with two lanes.
Correct.
Correct.
We'll call those traditional drive-through ordering guests.
Yes.
We can
Okay.
fit all of them in those 2 lanes as analyzed. But there's a but.
Right.
But if we want to,
No,
offer our app guests an alternative.
I hear, I understand both of those. And interior, in terms of your, just a question, with these lanes, what happens to your interior service if I walk in and I park my car and I want to get lunch?
So we serve our dine-in guests in the same way. It is usually about a minute longer to 2 minutes longer, depending on when you order. And we bring dine-in guests food on trays. And you experience the hospitality of fresh flowers. You can refresh beverages. We do table touches. And in Palm Desert, we have a pretty high volume of dine-in guests, both inside and on the patios.
And what's your percentage of dine-in guests? That's just a question.
Yeah, it's a great question. We're probably at 18-19% if you look at our total channels. We're probably at 54% from a drive-through, and then the other channels would be catering and then third party.
Another thing that differentiates us as a brand, if you don't mind sharing, what's your staffing during a peak hour?
Yeah, so our staffing during a peak hour, we have 110 team members, and our staffing at a peak hour will be 40 to 45 individuals working both in the front and in the kitchen, because we are a quick service restaurant. And so our value promise is to provide great food, genuine hospitality at speed. And we believe that over the 2.5 years in Palm Desert, we have really worked hard to accomplish that.
Commissioner Olea.
Thank you. I am concerned, to go back to, this all ties in together, with the first comment that we provided before, which, in response to which you did not make any changes. And that was the pedestrian experience coming from Ramon, from the sidewalk, across 2 or 3 lanes of drive-through to get to the building or to get in. Same thing, it looks like the same thing is expected of bicycles. You come in, you go across 3 lanes, and you park your bike and then go into the building.
Could you put that slide up?
Yeah, your response, I believe, at the last meeting was something to the fact that you have people out taking orders and delivering meals, and so they're going to provide the traffic direction to, I guess, to the cars to hold up and wait for the person in a wheelchair to roll across 3 of them. Can you give me greater confidence that this is going to be safe for the pedestrians and for the bicyclists as well as the motorists?
Sure. Kind of a multifaceted answer, if you'll indulge us, but there are going to be team members outside during those peak times when we're doing face-to-face outside order taking that will help to mitigate some of that traffic. It's going to be a marked crosswalk. There's going to be signage both to the pedestrians or bicyclists and the drivers entering the drive-through. And hopefully our traffic engineer can attest to this, or I can from my 7 years as an operator and seeing it in real time. The slowest point for a drive-through guest, the point at which they're going to be going the slowest, other than idling while they're having their order taken or picking up their food, is when they're entering the drive-through queue. They slow down when they get to the drive-through queue. If we put that crosswalk somewhere else, they would be traversing the same amount of traffic, but we don't control it if it's in the parking lot. So if we extended that crosswalk to some of the places where Glenn and our consultants have suggested or that we've played with, it would cross a much bigger portion of the parking lot, the same number of cars that those pedestrians would be in front of, but at a faster pace and with less control by us.
But from a risk management, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, you're ready. Go ahead.
From a risk management perspective, that fails in every analysis. What insurance company is going to say, oh yeah, this is a great idea, just have these people meander through ongoing traffic? You're completely liable if anything happens.
But it's on parcel. It's on our site, and we control it. And the marked crosswalk and the signage is on us.
Exactly.
Go out
I'm
into
saying
the
that's,
parking lot.
that risk is all on you. I mean, as a business owner, I would not want to take that onto myself.
If we paint the crosswalk as we're directed to through the parking lot, the risk is also gonna be on us. But it's off our parcel where we've been directed to put it, and we can't control the traffic.
Right, so Chair, we asked them to do an analysis of looking, if I go back to this aerial, where else could this go? Could it be farther down here, you know, out of the drive-through area? So we did sort of do a sketch analysis as to where it could possibly go.
Yeah, we had it going down the center, if you will, like through those parking islands. And again, I mean, our lawyers are gonna say we're assuming the risk if we paint that crosswalk.
Yep.
But now it's off our site, and we can't control it.
I heard you say that when times are busy, that's when you have people, or peak hours is when you have people out directing the traffic. What happens to people who want to go on foot in an off-peak hour? They just look both ways and go across?
And there would be less traffic.
So
That's what makes
I
it-
can, this is a typical application for crosswalks. Many fast food restaurants that we work with, the crossing is through the drive-through area because the cars are basically not moving. And one of the most important things in pedestrian safety is what the vehicle sees and what the pedestrian sees. So the pedestrian has a clear view of the cars, and the cars have a clear view of the pedestrian. So, like they said, they looked at other actions. You don't want to dump somebody into the parking lot, because then you're dealing with backing up cars. This is very typical condition for getting them, and it's the most direct, and also an ADA.
Well, you'll have people who'll be parking at Home Depot or someplace and then walking over. There are going to be pedestrians coming from everywhere, not just from the.
Correct. I think this
Bus stop.
addresses the public right-of-way connection issue that the city is concerned with.
But how about then for people coming from other places in the center?
I think that's
on
typical.
foot,
In the
or
center-
they get in their car and drive.
There's nothing unique about this use that has different pedestrian activity than any other, say, going to the Rubio's from the.
Yes, there
you know,
is. There's
from the
3 lanes
Chick-fil-A.
of drive-through.
There's
That
drive
makes it
aisles.
unique.
Yeah, so, well, to address the issue of that location, that is the typical location, and we feel that is the best. As it relates to walking from Home Depot to the center, I don't know how the rest of the center has a pedestrian path, but I don't think there's anything unusual about this location.
The only
From
thing
any
between
other-
our building and where we're looking at that crosswalk location, it's just public right of way, it's just the sidewalk.
Yeah,
on
that's
street.
the public right-of-way connection, correct.
So if they're coming from Home Depot or anywhere else, they don't cross our,
They would walk up the drive aisle, is basically what would happen.
Yeah, they would, exactly.
I had one other comment about the crossing. When I was at the building, I noticed that there's actually a grade change between the north end of the building towards Home Depot and the south end of the building on Ramon. So there's a pretty substantial grade change. I think it's about 4 feet. So you'd have to deal with, I just wondered how you're going to deal with that and how it impacts getting pedestrians from Ramon to, I imagine, up to the building. Imagine you're not putting the building lower than the parking lot.
So for that issue, you're saying one end of the building there's a grade change until you get to the other end?
There's a grade change
When
from the north to the south.
Yeah, when the building is demoed, then rebuilt, it will be graded. Generally on a parking lot, I'm not an engineer, but it's around 1% or 2%. Grade is what it's designed to, just so there is the drainage for the water. ADA compliance, any soil or if there's soil that needs to be brought in or taken out in order to make a flat site, build a building, that'll be done.
But it'll be level with Ramon.
I don't have that information in front of me. I know that would be the goal, to bring everything as flat as we can
at a
make it.
minimum, it'll be within the tolerances that ADA allows.
Right.
Yes, Commissioner Rutman.
So talk to me about some of the architectural changes that you made, whether it's colors, materials, so that it's more in keeping with the center.
There were a few comments that were made for that. The largest one that we've done is the architectural changes on the outdoor patio. The metal louvers for both shading and then architectural. There's the low wall between the dining area outdoors and then the drive-through, as well as additional wall, I believe it's stonework in the patio area, as well as the building color changes. We have confirmed this is a color, all the colors used here are already approved in the shopping center. And then the renderings and everything has been updated to confirm that it is accurate and does now show the correct colors.
So when you said the colors were approved by the shopping center, are they existing colors in the shopping center currently, or it's been approved for your project?
Nothing has, they are existing, yes.
They are existing?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other areas that we want to touch on? I actually, do you have more questions on this?
Yeah, different subject altogether, landscaping. There are, from Ramon, we were concerned about the kind of screening or the view that you would have of the whole center as well as the restaurant. There, go back, previous slide. No, one more maybe. Never mind. I wrote down somewhere what it was. From the east entrance off of Ramon, there's a kind of a blank, just some low-lying landscape and no vertical elements, no trees for shading or for anything. And I think that that's too much building and parking lot and cars and not enough landscaping. That's the one that I'm looking at. Is that
I believe
so that the building shows out?
Updated
or what?
landscape plan shows the palm trees.
I noticed also that I think you've got, you still
But
have
palm trees don't shade.
robustus on there.
In this rendering, it is a little bit tricky because the majority of the landscaping along the road has been dimmed out in order to show the other elements on the site, such as the building, the drive-through.
Can you,
Right, I'll go back to the landscape plan.
okay, thank you.
So here it's showing landscaping between the sidewalk and then the little wall and then the landscaping. So all the landscaping that's there now is going to
Just a
be
second,
new
Glenn,
and
is
refreshed.
that Ramon at the?
This is Ramon on the
Oh, I'm
left.
looking, okay, I lost my orientation
Yeah,
there.
I'm sorry, the plan is 90-degree different than what you just saw on the other ones. And the center driveway is on the bottom of the slide.
Okay, so the question in corner, or the corner in question appears to have two trees, which I believe from your legend is Washingtonia robustus, the Mexican fan palm.
We do have, I believe, 9 Mexican fan palms added on the site.
Generally, we don't like to use them. We only want the California fan palms. The others are an invasive species. Is that because there are some already at the center?
I believe it, I could be incorrect, but it was requested the last hearing that we were at.
It's, just to further respond to the question, it's exactly right. Mexicans were asked for because that's what's there today. So those were asked for consistency purposes along the Ramon frontage. Perhaps not the same as what we'd ask if it was building the entire center new today, but that was strictly requested for consistency purposes.
Okay.
Not to say they couldn't also add some
I
California
was gonna
fan
say-
palms.
Yeah, or some shade
Question.
trees. Those,
Or shade trees, yeah.
So member Land, in your packet, there is a blow-up of that corner in the landscape plan, if you have the drawings with you.
if you would love, we don't get drawings anymore. If
The
you can
drawings
make
don't
this
open
thing
on the
open
iPads.
and stay,
I can show you if you'd like to see it.
would you do that,
Yes.
please?
Just disappears.
Or you could show it up there. Oh, no, I've got this when I was looking, never mind. I thought there was a rendering. These are the Mexican.
Chair, you may also ask the applicant to talk about the maintenance of the landscaping in the center.
I actually actually do want to talk with them about the plan, and I have a lot of concerns about the landscaping in the center, so maybe we could let people look at the landscape here, since it's not been before the commission yet, and the people from the center could come up.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, Sarah Magana Withers, and I'm with the property owner, project manager for the Chick-fil-A. And we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
You're with Chick-fil-A or with?
No, we're
the
here with the
center?
property owner,
So
but
you
I'm the
could-
property manager.
I guess I might just be, why have you not, why is this a consistent problem going back to 14 at your center where you don't maintain your trees?
If you recall, this shopping center was a municipal landfill that we were able to clean. There's a covenant that we cannot build in the center of the parking lot, so it's restricted. There's a lot of testing that we do, and there's a lot of regulatory things that we need to take care of on a regular basis. We're going on to our 20th year working with the Department of Toxic Substances on the center. And hopefully soon, in the next 10 years, we'll be able to get to a point where we have a long-term maintenance plan also with them. The original landscape plan that was approved in 2007, that was something that was vetted out by all the powers to be that basically were involved in the development of the center. We are currently following that plan as stated within, and I think that you may have a copy of it, or we can provide one if you don't have one, where we are planning according to plan. In certain areas where, like at the last commission meeting, you requested an additional to have more Mexican palms. That's something that we have included. In the perimeter areas where we can, we can do, maybe a little bit larger, like what we were seeing on the screen that you requested. That's not a problem. There's certain sensitive areas where we cannot do that. We need to vet it out with the authorities to make sure how deep we can go, et cetera. A 24-inch box will require 3 to 4 feet. So that's something that we need to take into consideration. We are currently planting according to the plan that was originally approved. Unfortunately, because of the wildfires that we had in January, we were heavily hit in Altadena, the Aldes that I'm sure you're very familiar with, as well as in Pacific Palisades. Our crews, we have been spread very thin to try to assist a lot of our tenants that lost their homes, and so we had to move our crew to be able to go out there. We do have a new property manager at the site, Rebecca Barrow. Her expertise is in landscaping, and she is actually project managing the landscape. In a letter that we recently sent to staff, we indicated that hopefully by April, we'll be able to have all the planting done.
Do you have arborists that come in and check what the condition of your trees?
Yes, we do.
How often?
I'm not aware of that. I can find out, and that's something that I'm sure, this is a major investment that we're making. So it's not something that we wanted to see, that we don't want to see anything die. In the past, I cannot speak for who was.
Your trees consistently die there, and if you look at the history of complaints, there's a consistent history of the trees dying and you're not maintaining them and not replacing them.
We recently also took the opportunity to do, to basically replace, update the maintenance on our irrigation system to make sure that the plantings are going to be able to sustain the weather and then also be able to thrive.
So your problems have been irrigation and not paying attention to the plants, kind of,
Probably. You may be right.
and toxic substances.
I mean, I wasn't, we have a lot of elements here, but this is something that, we've been a long-term stakeholder here. We cleaned up this dump site on an access agreement because we believed in the city of Palm Springs. And we believe that this has really been, a showpiece, especially for redeveloping contaminated sites. We've had issues with it for one reason or another, but I do believe that we, especially now, the center has been sitting there for over 20 years. As myself, everybody needs an update, so I do want to, reassure you that we have been gone through all the irrigation and
So if we're looking at, because these are major, the center is our applicant, not in front of, so you're in front of us, and we have a history of violations. So I'm trying to figure out how we can get to a point of awarding something to an applicant who's had a history of violations. And I live close to this site. And I'm aware that almost every person I talk with, if they mention the springs, they mention the dead trees and how unattractive that is. It's a city issue. It isn't just, it's something that's been going on for a long time. So looking at that, one question I have is, you said you had an arborist. We have dots on a map. Are you comfortable with getting an arborist to evaluate the trees and
Yes.
remove the ones that are dying?
absolutely.
So you're comfortable with our
Yeah.
requiring something like that?
We are,
And a maintenance plan and requiring that the irrigation for the trees be sufficient?
yes, and that's something, like I mentioned before, that was our main priority, to make sure that the irrigation is properly, installed and replaced, anything that's deficient. Absolutely, this is an investment that we're making. We want to make sure. It's escalated to my level, and we've taken it from property management. We do have someone that is she's out of Upland, but we've transferred her here to make sure that it gets the attention that is needed. No one in the company, from the president all the way down, this is a showpiece that we're very proud of, and it's very sad to see that we're standing here today talking about, dead trees that we want to make an effort to,
The other issue, and it's a major circulation issue for us, which isn't the Chick-fil-A issue, but it's how do people get safely across your center? And I know that you have a larger parking area than other centers would have because of the fact that it was once the city dump. But there is a wayfinding issue to be safe entering your center and then getting over to the Chick-fil-A. And I know that because I enter your center 3 or 4 times a week. Shopping, going to your bank, going to Sprouts, going to the stores that are there, and Home Depot. And it is dangerous getting across your center. So one of the things we wanted is signage, wayfinding, routes that people can take where it's a designated route and you're not just going through lanes of parking, so that each individual person figures out what lane of parking they're doing and then where they're going to cross and encounter speeding cars going in the other direction. I can tell you there's some areas there where you have to be really safe. So I was concerned that we didn't see a wayfinding plan coming back with this. Is that something we can get from you?
Yes. One of the components of the maintenance and repair that we're undertaking right now is to basically restripe, we're resurfacing the parking lot, and then also restriping. You know, obviously, we have original approvals, that's what we're following. So rest assured that that is on our plan.
And signage?
And signage is something that we can do.
I mean, if you enter where I do off of Gene Autry, you're not told, there's no signage that tells you which lane to turn down to safely, for example, get to maybe there's the first building, to get to the bank. There's no signage.
Well,
There's no signage that tells people how to cross. And I'm worried about somebody going across, trying to get to Chick-fil-A and not knowing how to do it and having an accident.
We'll be very happy to put informational signs. That's something, as long as if we're allowed by your sign ordinance, we'll be happy to do it. Usually when those aren't installed in most shopping center, you know, owners or developers, they like those signs. The problem is that sometimes the sign ordinances are restrictive of that. We'd be very happy to have that, because it just helps people to be able to stay at the shopping center longer. Like I mentioned before, we do have a covenant for that, the entire center of the parking lot. That is a lot more, the reason why you see this huge field of parking is because we're so restricted on what we can build.
And I know the history and I understand
Madam
that.
Chair, there is a sign program for the shopping center, and Chick-fil-A most likely will have to amend that sign program because they're requesting more signs than what normally would be allowed. So that may be a good time to also
I'm
do the wayfinding.
I'm actually looking at conditions that would allow the applicant, if we're going to approve this, that would be required before permits could be pulled.
Yeah, I think what Glenn is saying is that it's correct to state that our sign ordinance can be overly complex and overly restrictive. And so while a developer may want to provide signage, they may not always be able to. And here we have a sign program in place. So I think in order to address the concerns you're raising and with the agreement of the developer, knowing that we'll have to go through that process, what Glenn was saying is we have a way to do that, and we can certainly do that.
We have a way to do that, and the concern is wayfinding across the center and safe travel across the center. Safe travel if you're entering in a different location and you don't happen to be coming west on Ramon, you're still going to have to safely find this new development. And I am certain if we put it there, people will be coming from all of the entries into the shopping center. They will not just be coming west on Ramon.
We'd be very happy. That's music to our ears. We'd be very happy to do something like that.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
I know I've monopolized this with anybody
Well,
else.
one piggyback question. There was, in the last slide, there were several trees that said they were going to be removed. Why are they being removed? Are they?
Anything that's diseased or dead
That's okay,
is being
but they're not being replaced? It just
Yes,
says
they are.
removed.
Well, they are being replaced, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And once again, we're planning exactly per the original plan that we had. Yeah.
And perhaps just as a point of clarification, because there is the approved landscape plan from the original entitlements, in order to resolve the open code violation, they would need to adhere to the landscape plan. So there is a process between us and them to resolve that. They would have to follow that prior approval.
In terms, just while you're here, in terms of the palm trees, when do you trim palm trees?
I'm not aware of that because that is not my wheelhouse, although I'm trying to learn, so when I retire, I can be a gardener. But I would ask Rebecca, and that's something that we can check with her.
Here's a hint. The right answer is June through August, depending on the species.
Okay,
It
good.
depends on the species, and
Thank you.
that is actually the reason we look at new palms coming in that are a local species, because the crown doesn't tend to fall on people. So there's some safety in going with a local species. And if you hear us wanting to see the palm trees in a different kind of palm, it's a safety reason.
No, we appreciate it. I mean, any assistance that, and guidance, you know, we want to make sure that we make our neighbors happy, you know, and that we do the right thing. So absolutely, any suggestions that you have, we're open to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Well,
for-
I have to take a little offense to what you just said about the palm trees. The palm trees on Palm Canyon Drive are mostly California fan palms, our native fan palms.
And those are the
that's
ones
where
that are
there's been
falling?
significant dropping of the skirts. So don't blame it on the Mexican fan palms to have this giant issue with dropping issues.
I will take-
The California fan palms have a significant droppage of issues as well. Just wanted to correct the.
They both have it, excuse
Yes, I
me.
wanted to correct the record.
All right.
I just have one question for the owner, and it might go to staff, but on the last 2 pages of the packet that we got, there's, on the maps, it references a proposed drive-through next door to Chick-fil-A on the other side of the Ramon exit.
Oh, okay.
That's an outdated background that was used for
Oh,
that
okay.
exhibit.
Because we should take it off, right? We don't want it on our approved drawing.
Are there more questions for the owner? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Are there more questions for the applicant? Thank you. The public hearing is now closed and the matter is before the commission. Commissioner Land, you want to start?
Why, thank you. Sure. I am pleased that the applicant made a number of the changes that we had requested at the first meeting, and it's good to see them come back with that. And I believe that I could endorse the project and vote in favor of it if a couple more things are addressed. I think there might be a couple of conditions that I can think of that we would like to add. I personally would like to see a condition added, and I wrote it out in advance because I wasn't sure how this was going to be answered. But something, no matter who the operator is, at the time it opens, this building will probably outlast Chick-fil-A, outlast this management, outlast this technology that they're using for accepting orders. Things change rapidly. And I'm still concerned about safety. So I would like to see a condition added to attach itself to the property, not just this particular owner and how this particular operator is running it. I'd like to see that the applicant provide for safe passage of vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists from each of the public right-of-way entries to the restaurant, and I'm probably going to add, and other major tenants or anchor tenants by addition of signage and pavement markings subject to the approval of the director. And that would mean you don't have to do this now. Tonight, we don't have to design your signage, but you would bring that to the planning department to get approval before you could pull a building permit for this. And that way, when a new drive-through restaurant comes in or replaces this one, or when there's new technology, you can update that plan, but you have to get approval from the city to do so. I think that would make me feel more comfortable about the.
Perhaps you can write that out. 7:53 p.m. Oops. Somehow my.
Anita? Yeah, I can do that, or I can read it again for the record.
I think what I want to do is get a sense from people on the key issues first before we formulate conditions. So.
Okay, I will say, one of the key issues is going to be number of drive-through lanes, I
One
presume?
of the key issues is number of drive-through lanes.
And I don't have a strong opinion on that.
I probably
others weigh
do.
in.
I have an opinion. I don't feel more comfortable with more than two. We haven't done that before. They haven't given us a reason to do it. They said that they can accommodate the traffic in 2 lanes. So no, I'm just throwing out my opinion. I want to know where the commission sits on this.
But I'm still curious as to what the issue is. Why is there a problem with the third drive-through lane? You understand the number of drive-through lanes or number of queuing spaces isn't changing the demand on the restaurant.
No, it isn't
It's
changing the demand on
providing
the
and
restaurant.
accounting for them to go.
I'm looking at it from the point of view of, do they need more than 2 lanes? And they have told us they don't. They've told us they can accommodate the traffic within the 2 lanes. I have a concern, I just basically have a concern with idling cars. I don't know, I mean, I think the people with the apps could either go through the lane or they could go in the restaurant. And so for me, I'm looking at it conservatively because I'm uncomfortable with what we've already recently, when I was on the commission, and I think no one else here was, we approved 2 lanes, and we had, in another shopping center, had a mess with it for quite a while. It didn't work very well. So it seems to me that it just feels like it's an increase, and it's going in front of people are crossing it, they're going in front of Chick-fil-A to get there, and then they're going around, and I just have a concern with it. I'm not comfortable going quite that far. I think they can operate this facility with 2. Yes.
I understand your concern. I shared the same concerns at the beginning of the meeting. I am, I won't say convinced, but I'm more comfortable now, given their explanation that the 3rd lane is designated mostly, if not all, for the app users. And it is counterintuitive a little bit that adding lanes is going to reduce idling, because that's the concern with the drive-throughs, period, or writ large. It's idling cars. And so this is still a concept. It hasn't been broadly tested, but it does seem to be somewhat logical that there could be less idling if cars can use that designated lane for the use of the app for ordering. So I'm getting way more comfortable with the 3 lanes than I was at the beginning.
Other comments on this, just in terms of feel?
Well, it's kind of related, and but it's on more general terms. One of the conditions of approval talks about, is the use necessary and desirable, and is it not detrimental to the existing structure or uses? And although I'm very sympathetic to the center wanting to have a business that's thriving there, I just don't think a drive-through is the right answer for Palm Springs. We had a lot of discussion in a previous item about the uniqueness of Palm Springs, about the maintaining the architectural integrity of Palm Springs. And personally, I don't think having another nationwide drive-through contributes to that. I have issues with the way their operations, even though they are trying to mitigate the exposure of their employees to the heat and the car exhaust and the health of their employees. I just don't think it's appropriate. And Palm Springs has put a lot of time and effort into developing a sustainability plan, a climate action plan, a non-motorist plan, and all of that is being thrown out the window. So from a general point of view, I can't support this project.
Commissioner Morrow?
Well, I agree with Chair Warmuck that I don't feel that they've shown a just reason for why they need 3 lanes of traffic. And it seems to me that the more lanes of traffic you build, the more it's just going to generate more vehicles and more exhaust. And I think people drive by and they don't see anyone in the drive-through, they're going to go to the more apt to go to the drive-through than to park and walk in. The more lanes you have, the more perception that nobody's in line, and they're going to get in and out faster. So.
Could I ask Glenn to put up that aerial shot? I think it was probably your second or third slide. Yeah, there. I mean, the horse was let out of the barn in early 2000 here. We're not going to save the planet by stopping a drive-through at this vehicular-oriented shopping center. While I will say, I appreciate the principle and the concepts.
But you have
of
to start
trying
somewhere.
Well, but is it this tiny little 10% sliver of the shopping center? Less than 10%?
Again, you have to start somewhere.
I also think this is a restaurant that's very popular, and there are a lot of people that are going to and from work that need a good meal quickly. And so this location and this drive-through, which I think, generally, no, we're not in favor as a community of drive-throughs, but for this location, for this type of restaurant, I think it makes sense, and I think it will serve a lot of people that need a, economical and quick meal.
I sort of echo Commissioner Rotman's concerns with the drive-through lanes, the exhaust, the absence of focusing on pedestrian and cyclists. As a former member of sustainability, this is what we are trying to move our city toward. We're trying to get people out of their cars to walk, to be more healthy, to become a blue zone city. This does not achieve those goals. Granted, it is a affordable, quick meal that people can get to going to and from work or home or picking up kids from school, but I still have an issue with the cost benefit of all those vehicles idling and the pedestrian safety getting from Ramon to the restaurant.
So I have so far 2 people not able to support the drive-through, 2 people concerned about the number of lanes, wanting 2, and seeing no justification for 3, and 2 people so far comfortable with the 3rd lane. Am I correct? I'm just asking.
I would say, certainly I'm one that is comfortable with the 3rd lane, but if the majority of those who are going to support this, if there is a majority, I'm certainly fine with 2 lanes. I think it makes sense to allow the 3rd lane based on the discussion that was had. This provides an additional element for folks to use technology to hurry their meal, so to speak, and why would they be put into the regular drive-through lane?
We are encouraging them to use the app while they're driving, use their phone while they're driving, and which is a traffic nightmare, but. Which is illegal. Are we assuming they pull over to make their application?
There we go. I guess I'm not particularly concerned about the 2 or 3. I could argue either side of the equation for 2 or 3 lanes. I certainly acknowledge and recognize and support the position of my colleagues who think that Palm Springs is speaking in two different directions in that we want to be a blue zone city. We want to be sustainable. We want people to walk. However, the other side of the coin is we want economic development and stability, and we want diversification of our revenue streams. And this is a very asphalt-intensive development, and it is car-oriented. And I think I come down on the side of supporting a drive-through here in that as long as we have something that is economically productive, let's maximize it to the extent that we can. Let's not build new things like this, but this center is a long time pivotal element within the city, and it is an important player, and I don't want it to decay when businesses go out. I want a new business to come in that is going to be an economic contributor. I don't know if that's 2 lanes or 3. The end.
What I'm looking at is potentially 5 people on this commission maybe get to support for the project. The question is, I'm not comfortable voting for a 3rd lane. I don't see that they've justified it. They have given us a study. If I'm going to support it, I'm going to support the 2 lanes because it covers 95%. It's at the 95 percentile. I'd rather people go in. I'd rather they make some accommodation for people who use the app to stop and go into the restaurant, which could be just as quick. I don't think I can, I mean, I wouldn't approve the restaurant if I thought queuing would go outside of the lanes. I don't think that will go outside of the lanes, the 2 lanes. So I'm not sure where we're going to end up in terms of emotion, but at least we know sort of where we're starting. The other 2 issues there are 3 other issues that came up before us. One would be the conditioning on this, the applicant is the management. I would like to see, they've told us that they are going to be changing their management, dealing with the tree issue. I'd like to see them, prior to an application being provided, I'd like to see them provide the city and the director with a list of an arborist looking at the trees, saying these trees, I want them to replace the trees that are dead and dying and have an arborist take a look at that. I'd like to see a management plan, and I would like them to have their irrigation improved. I think this is a long-standing problem with the center, and I do think requiring this prior to application to a permit being approved is something I'd like to see with this. I don't know how people feel about that.
Just a point of clarification there. Are you suggesting before this application is approved or before a building permit is issued?
Before a building permit is approved.
Okay.
I mean, I think if we're doing this would, they said they're going to speed doing this. I want them to speed doing this. The other thing is I would like to see a wayfinding plan and have that as well. I'm not sure, Chris, if we want that before the building permit is pulled or before the wayfinding plan. I think you could have a little more time on.
I think the balance of the signage is, it just makes administrative sense to do it as part of addressing the rest of the signage that Chick-fil-A will be doing. So I think for that one, likely something more like certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so for that, the wayfinding plan with a C of O, and then, yes.
Well, I was just going to suggest there's a lot of things that could be done concurrently, and I don't want to minimize your longstanding concern with the lack of maintenance on the center. I certainly don't want to do that. But I want to maybe suggest they could go forward with perhaps getting part of their project ongoing, because they're going to, if they get an approval tonight, they're going to go forward and start their real engineering documents and plan for the demolition and all that. perhaps we'd allow them to do certain things to move forward in the overall development, but in other words, give them a demo permit, for instance, and a grading permit, but not get a building permit for the above-ground structure until they've done what you're suggesting to the satisfaction of however that gets drawn out tonight. Just to kind of not put all of the burden on one step happening before they start at ground zero.
No, that makes sense to me. The other issue would be the trees along Ramon. I would like to see some mixing of the palm trees.
That's fine.
So that if they're adding 12 palm trees, they be mixed. And I would also like to see actually that some of those trees be shade trees, so that we could do 4 palm trees, 4 of each kind of palms, and 4 shade along that perimeter.
Yeah, and just I go back to December, I was only concerned when I made that comment that they were completely removing the Mexicans, which, whether you like them or not, they're very prevalent along the Ramon frontage.
You're right.
They could probably put 2 back and it would kind of keep that consistency, so.
Have the other 10 trees
Yeah,
be
shade and or Californias.
Right. With half shade and the rest Californias. So accepting the 12 trees. The other issue is the safety issue. And did you have a?
Provide for safe passage of vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists from each public right-of-way to the, I want to say to Building I and to other anchor tenants by addition of vertical signage and pavement markings subject to approval of the director prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. That was the date.
Commissioner Land would say like a traffic calming device be of a benefit where that pedestrian, something to that effect? I'm just thinking out loud.
I'm looking at our friends from engineering over there. There's lots of strong arguments for and against speed bumps and speed humps, and he would know better than I what would be effective in that location.
Flashing lights when someone walks in, if we did something that flashed when someone walked in that area, it would at least alert the drivers.
That's where my mind went. I think the condition as worded probably gives us enough direction and enough flexibility to flesh out what works best in this circumstance.
So I think we have, other than the number of lanes, we have the components of a motion. Does anybody else have other items? Even if you're against this, do you have other items that you would add to it?
Well,
Commissioner Rotman, because you usually can add, you can add clarity to our motions.
No, I'm going to let it go.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I might. I know we had the applicant up earlier and she agreed to some earlier versions of these conditions. I might recommend that we invite the applicant up and confirm with her again that she's agreeable to these conditions as they were just articulated.
Would you? Yes. Thank you so much.
That's good. Hope I don't get fired tomorrow for this one. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Are
Yes.
you okay with what we've suggested?
Can we?
Repeat it.
Yes, I just want to make 100% sure that we're good.
Okay.
Right.
What?
Chair, can I interrupt for one
Yes.
second? You asked me for some additional conditions. So if the commission approves a project with just 2 lanes, I might suggest, if we can pull up the site plan just so it's easier, I might suggest that they, for the coming in off the driveway, that they use the 2 lanes closest to Ramon and transition to the 2 lanes closest to the building as you turn the corner. And by doing that, you pick up additional landscaping along Center Drive
Yes.
And you can offset some of the walls, the screen walls, and move them away from the walkway, so it will enhance a better pedestrian experience going up Center Drive. Did you follow that?
Yes. Chris, do you have that?
We have the video to watch, but yes, I get the concept.
And then as you have moved the two entry lanes closest to Ramon, you pick up additional area for either an outdoor patio or additional landscaping.
To clarify, so you're saying right here, this inner lane goes to one lane, or the two
No,
lanes?
so if you take the two lanes from Ramon, coming in parallel to Ramon,
Yes.
and you transition to the two lanes closest to Chick-fil-A, you're going to lose the third lane, the lane closest to Center Drive, and that becomes landscaping.
Right in here.
Right.
This is the canopy, though.
Well, the canopy will be reduced because you only have two lanes.
I see.
And then if you only have two lanes coming in, then you can expand the patio and landscaping.
I see.
Yeah.
So this lane is no longer part of the project?
That's right.
Okay.
Except where it approaches the building.
Right,
Yeah,
except where it
yeah.
encroaches the building.
Right.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, thank
Yeah.
you.
It moves the idling, at least on the north end, I'm sorry, on the south end, away from the people eating outside, essentially. It removes that close lane.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And then just to point out that whether you like the architecture of the center or not, you have two twin buildings. One of the twin buildings is going away, and it's going, and a standard Chick-fil-A model is going in its place. And I think from an urban planning point of view, there's a tremendous loss.
I think so too.
Yeah.
So the question is, it'd be a question of the architecture and a recommendation to the architectural review as to what we want to see?
Yeah, I would, yes, exactly. I might suggest their canopy color tie in with the rest of the center. The stone that they use ties in with the rest of the center. You know, the building colors, if it's approved by the center and it's elsewhere in the center, I still think that there's a loss in that twin building. And somehow or another, I don't want it replicated, but I think there should be a gesture towards it. You know, I think it's a real shame, quite frankly.
So what would you do? Because you're articulating something that I can't envision, but you can.
What's that? I denied the project. If you look at the architecture of the other twin, there are horizontal canopies that wrap the corner. They're staggered as they go up the building. You know, maybe create a corner element on that building along Ramon that sort of replicates the other existing building if it's left. You know, there's stuff that can be creatively done that isn't, derivative, but at least, sort of reflects what the center is about, the architecture. And so I might suggest they take another look at that. I know it's a standard Chick-fil-A model, but I think in this situation, because we have these two twin buildings, I think it's worth taking a look at that and making some modifications to the architecture.
And what we're taking down is attractive. I mean, there's consistent and attractive.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have enough direction on that, Chris?
I do. I'm gonna summarize what I'm hearing so that the applicant can respond to their agreeability to it. But we will, of course, further refine these when we rewatch the video. But we have the comments that were just made by Commissioner Rotman, which I'm going to record in this way, that ARC will review the canopy, stone, and building colors and architectural features to further reflect and tie into the twin building and the balance of the shopping center. Does that work? Great. Then we have, and this is an if the commission gets to 2 lanes instead of 3, but if it does, to reconfigure the lane orientation to allow the expansion of the outdoor dining area, additional landscaping along Ramon and Center Drive, and to offset the screening walls. Something like that work. That the applicant shall provide a wayfinding plan for signage and other directional elements to direct cars and pedestrians through internally in the site to the shopping center by the time of certificate of occupancy. And that, actually, this may be one item, a wayfinding plan as well as pedestrian safety and signage.
Right.
By certificate of occupancy, that the applicant provide their arborist report and a management plan that speaks to the replacement of the dead trees and necessary improvements to the irrigation to ensure compliance with the previously approved landscape plans. And that is prior
that's
to.
tied to which
Prior to
permit?
issuance of building permit for the above-ground new construction, and that the landscaping along Ramon be revised and reviewed by the ARC to include a mix of palms and some additional shade trees.
I think we had two kinds of palms.
Yes, a mix of 2 kinds of palms. Does that cover it?
And it would be,
I want to make
it
sure
was
the.
12 additional trees, I think.
Well, the landscape plan will be reviewed by the
Right.
ARC, so we can direct them
Okay.
to, yeah.
But just to clarify, we're not requiring that the applicant add additional outdoor seating in this, are we?
That's, that's a question.
No.
I think,
I just said to expand that area, whether it's landscaping or outdoor seating, so it's up to them
give them
So
the
some
option.
flexibility. So
Yes.
we'll, so
I
we'll,
just wanna
we'll
make sure that
essentially
we're-
say
we're
to
requiring
reconfigure
them
the
to
drive-through
do that.
lanes and look at, reconfiguring the other areas, as I said. Does that make sense?
And just regarding the palms, we did add 23 extra, okay? 13 Mexican, 10 Mediterranean palms. We heard you loud and clear, okay? So,
Not Mediterranean, California fan palms.
well, they're called out in our landscape plan, but we did add the 13 Mexican palms. Because that's what
That's,
we heard.
yes, Mexican,
Yes.
but the other one's not Mediterranean, but California fan palms.
It would be a mix of California and Mexican fan palms.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Yeah, and I think at
And
this
shade
point,
trees.
it's the 13 Mexican needs to be separated between, 5 or whatever number Mexican and the rest.
Washingtonia
California.
No,
flivorous.
we did 13 Mexican. They're,
Yeah.
yeah.
There might be some, what we're saying is, you've agreed to do at least 13 additional trees,
Yes.
which would be either, and we're asking, are you in agreement with this? We're looking at the minimum of 13 additional trees, which would
Yes.
be a mix of the 2 kinds of palms and some shade trees.
Okay, well, we got the Mexican, and then we also added all the other trees that are called
Okay.
out within our landscape plan, yes.
Okay, so you're extending, but the task in front of us is Chris has just explained what would be in the motion. Are you comfortable with what we're asking you to do?
Yes.
Yes.
I think the timelines that are prescribed and working with staff, I think that is reasonable. Regarding the design, I will defer to the tenant. And,
The only thing I think you would need our kind of nod on is that second one with regard to the 2 or 3 lanes. And that was the only one that was kind of qualified. So I think there's an approval A for 3 lanes and an approval B for 2 lanes, because you said if they decide to nix the 3rd lane, this is what it would look like. So I guess I'm agreeing, yes. If it's approval B.
But are you, I mean, I think where we're going is approval A, which is 2 lanes. Just to, I mean, that's the motion I'm going to make, and that was the clarification that Commissioner Rotman made. So,
And it's fine if the applicant and their associates don't want to agree to all of them, in other words, the 2-lane proposal, but if we could get their concurrence with all of the other conditions, that'd be helpful.
right. And the concurrence we were asking about was the wayfinding plan, the trees, the trees, the maintenance, the irrigation.
And the additional architectural changes, because I don't know if you responded to that on behalf of Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm going to make this motion with 2 lanes, because that's what they've showed they're required. Is there a second for my motion? Okay, so can you call the roll, and then we'll see?
Just, could I, under discussion before the roll is called, is I
Oh, we
think
can do
point of
discussion,
order?
yes.
Just briefly. And I'm not going to sit in front of the bulldozer for a 3rd lane here, but I'm just wondering if in 6 months after C of O and they're operational, or 1 year, if it's sort of evident that the 3rd lane would be acceptable, would you be willing, or would the commission be willing for them to come back to the commission to revise the plan to include that 3rd lane? Now, that may be problematic at that point because things have shifted, of course, but I would like them to know, because it seems like it's very important to them, for them to have this as an option, whether or not you'd be willing to build in that flexibility into the approval. No guarantee as to whether or not we'd say yes at that point, of
Well,
course.
I'm assuming they will come back, if we build that in, I mean.
Or they can, I guess they can come back anyway for a revision theoretically.
Well, you haven't changed the square footage where the 3rd lane would have gone. You've just added more landscape. So if a revision in the future, after this is built out, and they came back to revise it, they could always do that. So I don't think we need to build that in. We haven't changed the footprint.
Can I just ask a point of clarification, Madam Chair? Is the concern you're trying to address, if things change or they're up and operating and they determine we still want the 3rd lane, can we come in and ask for it? Or are you saying if they get built out and oops, there's more cars than we anticipated and the 3rd lane starts to make more technical sense, that there's a process for that? Just curious. Or both.
Well, that's what I was inquiring as to whether that could be done with language in the condition, but it doesn't sound like that's a comfort level for the chair.
It's not my comfort level,
Okay.
but I think they could always come back for a revision because the land is still there.
Well, and the only reason I was asking was if there was a concern about whether this would be sufficient for their project once open and operational, as much as we're a little bit loath administratively to do 12-month check-ins, that is an option that the commission has entertained in the past, but it sounds like
That would be a 12-month check-in once they're operational. That's after C of O.
But I think that's if the goal is to ensure that there aren't traffic conflicts or other conflicts.
A 12-month check-in is not a problem. We do that often in this motion. I mean, I'm not inclined, I don't think a case has been built for a 3rd lane. I think there's a wish for a 3rd lane, but I don't think a case has been built for a 3rd lane. I'm making the motion. Part of what I'm responding to is a sense from city councils that in some instances, in some places, drive-throughs make sense. If there was an argument for a place where a drive-through made sense, this might be it. And so I don't want to see drive-throughs every place in the city. This for me, logically, if we're looking at where we might put them, an existing shopping center, changing a tenant, where there's room for it, and there's a highway where people are going past it, and there's huge traffic, this makes sense to me. And so I'm responding to a discussion that I heard at City Council on moratoriums on drive-throughs. But I want to be conservative in saying, if I'm saying yes, I want to be conservative about it. So is there more? I've added a 12-month check-in after C of O.
Second agree.
Do you agree to that? You're the seconder. Yes. Shall we call the roll on this?
Chair Wormick,
Yes.
Commissioner Morrell,
Yes.
Vice Chair Alayan,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
I need some eggs with that, please. No.
No, Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Rotman,
No.
and Commissioner Morrell.
You missed Murphy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Retired.
This passes. Thank you.
So no votes.
Yes, I think we will take, do we need a 10-minute break, 5-minute break? Back to order. We are at 2B, a request by Egan Civil on behalf of Canyon Palms Hotel LLC for a tentative parcel map to create 7 commercial condominiums at the Thompson Palm Springs located at 414 North Palm Canyon Drive, Zone CBD, Section 15. Staff report, please.
Yes, good evening. As introduced, this is an application for a tentative parcel map to subdivide an existing building, what should I say, the parcel into 7 commercial condominium units. The project site is, as you know, it's a Thompson Palm Springs, which is located on the south side of Alejo Road between North Palm Canyon and North Indian Canyon Drive. And the development includes a hotel, retail, restaurants, and the parking. And there are no physical changes proposed to the site as a part of this application. And, excuse me, here are some of the pictures of the existing site from different elevations. And the Thompson Palm Springs is a 4-story mixed-use building. And as staff mentioned, it includes a hotel, which is 168 rooms, and the parking, which is 280 spaces, in addition to retail and restaurants. The applicant is proposing to subdivide the existing development into 7 sections, and that includes a hotel, parking, retail, and restaurant spaces, as shown here. The issues associated with the proposed project is that the project proposes to subdivide the existing development into 7 parcels/airspaces, which would separate the parking from the rest of the uses, hotel, restaurants, retail space, and so forth. However, all uses are dependent on on-site parking, and parking can potentially become inaccessible to these uses under the new ownership following the subdivision. And the city cannot approve a subdivision which would create non-conforming parking for any of the uses being involved. And for the reason, the implementation of a measure to secure parking access for all on-site uses is necessary. In the planning packet in front of you, staff recommended a planning condition PLN1, which states parking shall remain in common ownership and operation with the rest of the parcels airspaces created by this map to ensure that code-required on-site parking is provided for all such uses. After further reviewing the applicant's request, however, staff thinks that it would be appropriate to address the parking concerns through easements and the CC&Rs, rather than requiring a common ownership. That being said, the staff is actually recommending a revised condition which reads on this slide, the bottom one. PLN1, parking shall remain in common use with the rest of the parcels or spaces created by this map to ensure that the code required on-site parking on-site parking is provided for all such parcels/airspaces. Prior to approval of the final map, subdivider shall execute a recordable easement in form and substance approved by the city attorney, granting the owners of all other parcels or spaces created by this map rights of vehicular access and parking on the parking lot identified in this map and as shown on the plans approved Part PD 324, which is a case number 5.1091. Say the right of common use of the parking lot shall also be reflected in any covenants, conditions, and restrictions, also known as CC&Rs, entered into between the owners of the parcels/airspaces created by this map. Both the easement and CC&Rs shall grant the city the right, but not the obligation, to enforce said right of common use. Continued. A mitigating negative declaration was adopted for the original development of Thompson Palm Springs, and this project is not proposing any physical changes to the site. And for the reason, no new additional environmental studies are required, and the project meets the required findings for tentative parcel map approval with adoption of the recommended revised condition of approval, PLN1. And in conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution and approve the proposed projects subject to the conditions recommended by staff. This concludes the staff presentation, and applicant is available in the audience tonight if you have any questions. Thank you.
Questions for staff? I have some, and it may be the applicant to answer them. The PLN1, I have no questions about PLN1. When it says parking, we've got two separate parcels that are parking. And it doesn't say parcels 2 and 3, it says parking, which in terms of the PLN1, and this may be a question for the city attorney, should it identify parking as the parking parcels? Should it say that it's PLN, or it's parcels 2 and 3? And that's if our city attorney is still here. Parking.
I am.
We have two separate parcels, and the condition just says parking, but we have two parcels. One is public parking and the other is hotel parking. So is it referring to one or the other, or does every parcel?
We should find that out. We should find that out for what the proposal is and articulate it perhaps in a parenthetical right after the reference to parking.
Thank you. So since nobody else has questions of staff, maybe if the applicant is a public hearing, you have 10 minutes. But do we have any members of the public that wish to speak, or can I continue this as questions?
Why don't we have them do since you've opened the public hearing, we'll have them do their presentation if they have one, and then we'll see if there are any members and then go into questions.
Rob Bernheimer, counsel for the Hall Group. We don't have a presentation. We'll just answer questions, and Ben Egan, the engineer, probably can answer the question that you're going to have.
Okay. So at this point, before you answer the question, are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
I see no one in the chambers, but there is one member of the public with their hand raised right now. GH, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Gail Hutchings. I live in the Villa Alejo condominiums, which are directly opposite the Thompson. We're very pleased with our new neighbors and thrilled to have the hotel up and completed. It's beautiful. Just a comment that we believe we've been assured of this, and by tonight's conversation, it sounds as such, but that we're not talking an additional height or physical change of adding condominiums to the current height structure, but rather it's a change within the physical plant structure itself. So just looking for that to be reiterated, and that's it.
Thank you.
Happy to respond.
No additional speakers, sorry.
Happy to respond to the comment. Yes, there's no physical change to the facility. This is just a change to the map that is really going to deal with financing and financial issues. There's no physical change at all. There's no adding of condominiums.
Yes, so my question, which is, I have PLN1 is calling parking, but there are two. We're being asked to create an air rights map, which has 2, which is public parking, and 3, which is hotel parking. Does parking in this refer to both of those?
All the on-site, PLN1 would, I believe, would refer to all the on-site parking, but I think Ben has something to say about that.
Yes, this would refer to all the parking. So I would almost prefer the condition read just parking areas or parking, because we do not know what the final designation of those parcels will be, and we will be preparing the required easements over them, but it will apply to all of the parking facilities that are within the existing Thompson Hotel.
But if it, for me, I kind of want to make sure that if you're saying it applies to that, It's replying, it's parcel 2 and 3.
Well, I just want to clarify that there is no parcel 2 and 3 as such on the actual tentative map exhibit. It is just one parcel. What you're referring to is units that will be created on the three-dimensional airspace condominium plan, which follows the approval of the tentative map before you tonight and the preparation of the final map. So I just want to make sure in the condition that we use, so if you want to refer to the exhibit that was prepared, that might be appropriate. Do we have a designation for that exhibit?
If I might, Madam Chair, I actually think it's overly complicating the condition to add additional information to it. The required parking per the PD is located throughout the site, and I think the condition as worded allows us, through the final map process, to identify the
That's fine.
appropriate lot designations, because this is not really a subdivision in the traditional way you think of it. I think the way it's worded gives us sufficient flexibility to address it through final.
Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Is there any discussion, or shall we make a motion?
Move approval
Call the
of the
question.
map.
Second.
And is that a motion and a second?
Do the second.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
Chair Wormack.
Yes.
Vice Chair Alayan.
I'm sorry, yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Rotman.
Yes.
Commissioner Morale.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience in waiting through longer issues.
I want to go to Chick-fil-A.
I'm going to be on Rose.
Okay, moving right along to unfinished business, a request by McWriter Realty Partners for approval of a major development permit to construct a new 4,012 square foot commercial building for a paint store on a .38 acre undeveloped parcel located near the southeast corner of North Palm Canyon Drive and East Stevens Road, Zone C1, Section 10. Staff report, please.
Good evening. As you may recall, Planning Commission reviewed this project at the February 26th Planning Commission meeting. And as introduced, applicant is proposing to construct a new commercial building, which is 4,012 square feet. At the meeting of February 26th, the applicant was directed to address some of the concerns that were raised by the Planning Commission. And these concerns are a true functional entrance is required on the North Palm Canyon Drive frontage, and the floor plan needs to be reconfigured to accommodate a functional entrance on the North Palm Canyon Drive frontage. Glazing application on the North Palm Canyon Drive elevation needs to be expanded, and a stronger landscape treatment with layered plant materials along the North Palm Canyon Drive frontage is desirable. And these are just to compare the plans that were previously reviewed and the revision that the applicant has submitted. As this site plan shows, the revision shows an entrance on North Palm Canyon side. And the applicant has changed the design of the west elevation, which is a street-facing elevation, to expand the glazing area. And the applicant is not proposing any changes to the remaining elevations. And this is the revised floor plan. What applicant did is they relocated, or I should say moved the entrance slightly towards south, and it created more defined entrance area leading from North Palm Canyon side. And these perspective drawings comparisons show how the previous design has changed by incorporating the Planning Commission's comments with additional glazing area, which provides additional visibility. And the applicant has made some changes to the landscape plan. They reduced the amount of a flame tree as the maintenance concern was raised at the previous meeting. And then also additional planting materials have been added to the planting bed on the west side. And at the last Planning Commission meeting, staff mentioned about non-conformity of the proposed parking lot design and recommended a condition of approval which requires the width of the curb of the planting bed to be increased to 2 feet to meet the code requirement, which has been incorporated in the revision. And staff finds that the revised plans adequately address the Planning Commission's comments from the previous review, and the project meets the required findings for development permit application approval as proposed, and no change to the previous CEQA determination, and the project is still categorically exempt from further CEQA review. And the staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution and approve the proposed project subject to the conditions of approval recommended by staff. And this concludes the staff presentation, and applicant and his team are both available for any questions. Thank you.
Hi, Nordico. You know, I didn't quite understand the last time we reviewed this project, and I just want a clarification on the parking widening. Would you take that slide up again, bring that up?
Sure.
So the red that's in the after, is that supposed to be concrete? Is that what it is?
Correct.
That was the issue.
Right, because the code requires the end parking stalls, the width to be 11 feet, not 9 feet. But the code also gives an option of providing a 2-foot wide, some kind of pedestrian access. So this is one of the methods that the planning services has been implementing to meet the zoning code requirement.
Got it. That helps a lot. And then did they explain any reason why they reduced the number of trees in the parking lot?
At the previous meeting, I think the maintenance concern was raised for the flame tree because it's growth habit and it gets really big and basically requiring a lot of trimming. And I think based on the comments, applicant reduced that amount of flame tree specifically.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Noriko, I just want to confirm that the additional glazing, the additional windows shown along Palm Canyon, there are actually true windows, right, and not just glazing on the outside of the, yes, it's mandrel glass. It's true glazing, correct?
That is my understanding, but applicant can confirm that information.
Okay.
Yes, sounds like he gives a thumbs up, so it is.
Glazing, it looks like it's above. If you look at the glazing looks like it's above the level of the door, so it's sort of at 10 feet or 8 or 10 feet.
It looks like.
Oh, that's the before. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong. Okay. Thanks for that clarification. I have a question on what'll be the first finding we need to make, and I looked at the general plan. Actually, I had some help looking at the general plan, and if you go at the mixed multi-use areas and you look at the Uptown District, it basically says that it's a collection of art galleries and boutiques with medical and professional office uses, a more vibrant commercial area serving the needs of adjacent desirable retail neighborhoods of Las Palmas, Vista Las Palmas, Movie Colony, and Ruth Hardy Park. Their need in this area. A concentrated mix of uses here could stimulate activity and create a sense of place by connecting new residential uses with the nearby medical offices, including Desert Regional and the specialty shopping of the Heritage District. The primary purpose of a mixed-use center in the Uptown area is to generate a synergy between complementary uses that can ultimately result in a gathering place for residences and businesses in the north end of the city. And I don't find that this works with the first finding, which is that this use is consistent with the general plan. And so I'm wondering if staff has taken a look at that and.
Right. A couple thoughts on that. So the first finding that you do need to make for a development permit is that the proposed project is consistent with the general plan. So that is a finding that the commission needs to make. And so the question that you're raising, or the issue that you're raising, is that based on that read of that section, you may be unable to make that finding.
Right.
A general plan is also by design, I guess what I would say to that is a general plan is also by design in some ways general, and we should also look at it in concert with the implementing regulatory framework, which would be the zoning code, and we do have zoning in place here that does permit that use. So, you know, could you argue there's a disconnect with that section of the general plan? I think you could, and I think, you know, you need to determine whether you're comfortable making that finding. The challenge I would have, and maybe I'll ask the city attorney to weigh in on this, is we also then have implementing zoning that allows the use. So it's a bit in conflict in my mind. I'm not really sure how else to advise you. I don't know, city attorney?
It's, in my opinion, it does talk about art galleries and boutiques being located there, along with medical and professional office uses. It also says a more vibrant retail commercial area serving the needs of adjacent desirable residential communities are needed. And as I understand it, this is a retail paint store. And so I think the commission could find that it is consistent with this general plan language. I think that standing alone, just this language probably wouldn't be the strongest language to deny the project. Perhaps if we found other language in either the general plan or the zoning ordinance, but standing alone, this is probably a bit of a stretch.
Thank you.
Can I follow up with the city attorney on another section of the general plan? The previous page of the general plan on mixed multi-use areas does give some more specific language about introduction of mixed and multi-use development should be targeted at vacant and underperforming properties in the areas where the city wants to create a stronger concentration of activity. That and the desire to, on the other part that the chair read, to tie together residential uses is, to me, particularly salient because this is a vacant property and there is a brand new residential use going in across the right across the street. There are 70 units of affordable housing, affordable senior housing there, and it really, to me, highlights the importance of engaging that brand new residential development with things to do in the community, the things to do, services that they would need and draw upon, and creating that sense of community that is mentioned specifically in the uptown section of the general plan. Does more than would say a paint store that arguably is permissible, not arguably, is permissible in the zone, but our two speakers before, at the start of this meeting on this issue, I thought were interesting and really highlighted the difference. One, the first speaker talked about this isn't the right place for this store. And he talked about the sense of community that was developed. Whereas the second speaker, who represented the property, said that the property is zoned for this. I agree it's zoned for this, but it doesn't seem as consistent with what I'm reading in the two separate places in the general plan.
Well, again, that probably goes back to what Mr. Hadlin was saying, which is the general plans are by definition general. And so there will be times when your zoning ordinance appears to not be completely in sync with your general plan. I know it's not supposed to be that way, but just because of the general nature of a general plan. Certainly the language that you have recited and I'm looking at, Commissioner Land, does make a stronger case if the commission were to deny this use.
Looking for opinions?
I'm looking for opinions. There are two ways I think we could go with this. One would be a lot of conditions to the ARC. If you go back to the slide that shows the interior uses, and that's not it. It's the one that shows
The floor plan.
the floor plan.
Floor plan? Okay.
If you look at the floor plan, the after, the before had no intention of ever using the front door. The after still has most of the frontage as paint mixing as opposed to a shop. And we're looking at approving a building that could be a paint store now and it could be something different later that's being configured in a way. So I'm not comfortable, I'm more comfortable with the reading on the general plan. The other alternate would be conditioning this for the architectural review committee, saying the glazing, the glazing cannot be covered over. It will always need to be transparent. The interior use should be refigured so that the frontage of the building is shop as opposed to paint mixing. I mean, I think those are the concerns I have for approving a building that could be this use but could be another use in the future. And the way it's laid out is not pedestrian oriented. And I think it has to be laid out in a pedestrian oriented manner. I don't think the use meets the general plan in terms of what we're trying to do with that end of town. So, but I'm wondering what people's thoughts are on this. Commissioner Rotman.
Yeah, so at the last time we looked at this, I had suggested that they relook at the floor plan, which they did, but I think they missed the point. The point was to have an active engagement with Palm Canyon, and they haven't done that. And when I suggested relooking at the floor plan, in my mind, it was about rotating the whole plan so that there was more of a, you could see from Palm Canyon into the store, the sales, the display racks, not the backs of the storage racks. And my concern is that actually what they would do, because you've got storage racks on the inside along Palm Canyon, is that it's all spandrel glass and that's dead. So I would say minimally, for me to support this, they would need to come back with a completely new floor plan that removes all of the hand stacks along Palm Canyon and then switches the retail portion so that it is common both to Palm Canyon and the parking lot side. And that's what I thought we kind of indicated when we looked at this last time.
Commissioner
Just if I could sort of inquire or follow up on what Commissioner Rotman mentioned. Given that we know their parking is going to be in the back and they will obviously have customers that will be parking and contractors parking and such, so that door is going to be used back there. I'm just concerned, I like the idea where you're going with the retail up front, of course, but it seems like, I don't know if 100% of the frontage can be all retail, because they do have a need for some wholesale and tinting area, and given that they've got to have that doorway into the back, I'm just concerned, would you be happy with 80% of the frontage retail, or?
Yeah.
I mean, is there a number that we could pick just in case when they're working out, assuming they go forward and work out a new floor plan? I don't want to tie their hands too much because of the fact that the parking is in the back.
My suggestion was, in my mind, my suggestion wasn't that you're going to have some hand stack shelving along Palm Canyon just by the nature of it, but at least the bottom half of it, or bottom, more than a third, would be dedicated to the retail portion, and then the upper portion would be dedicated to the hand stacks and storage and whatever else they have. It would mean that you wouldn't necessarily have glazing all the way across the front. You could have solid walls to screen this hand stack, and then where you have the retail, you have it expanded, you have it, visible from the front. Right. So, yeah.
Just further, are you ready for comments yet, or okay? Given how Commissioner Rotman has clarified that, I'm certainly comfortable with this, with the big condition, or perhaps it comes back. Maybe it gets another continuance and it comes back, continuance rather. On the general plan issue, I'm comfortable with the general plan because the general plan is general, as the staff has stated, as the attorney has stated. It wasn't meant to be applied necessarily on a case-by-case basis. So the language that was brought forward, I don't think can effectively be applied to every single parcel, albeit how small. This is a relatively small parcel. I don't know if we can expect what ideally we might want along this whole corridor is a mixed use with commercial on the ground floor and residential above. I don't know that this site, because of its limited size, would support that kind of development. And then that, and the fact that the zoning district, which this is in, lists retail and retail paint store as retail as a permitted use, not a conditionally permitted use. I'm comfortable with the general plan issue.
We don't have the luxury of sending this back, do we? I mean, we have to make a decision tonight.
Meetings.
2 meetings?
This is meeting 2, and we should ideally
And that goes to
factor in a
architecture.
couple of meetings for ARC. Ideally, we would reach a decision, but I think from what I'm hearing, I mean, you are reviewing site planning and circulation. So if we're starting to talk about interior changes and material changes and glazing, I think that those are all conditions of approval and direction to ARC, because they're not sort of relevant to the development permit, which I think is more the question of, is this the appropriate building and use of this site, which is the issues that you two are raising. But if it were to move forward, I think these are issues, these are details that get sorted out with ARC.
I would have to echo Mr. Gottlieb's perspective. This lot has been vacant for a number of years. We have a national brand coming in that ostensibly should be there and not have any problems maintaining business for the foreseeable future. So in that regard, it does match our general plan, because contractors, maybe more than residents, will find great use to this, and some residents that do DIY projects that want to paint and glaze and stuff like that. So I have no opposition for this.
One of the, if we go in this direction, I think it does need to be conditioned, because this is not, we're approving a building, and we're approving a building on a pedestrian, a street that is highly pedestrian. The only way that I don't care that they have a back parking lot. This could work beautifully someplace else and would be easy to approve. The question is that we're on a highly pedestrian street. So if we go in this direction, I think it needs to be conditioned so that the frontage supports a future pedestrian use as well as this use.
And
No, the hearing is, at this point, the public hearing is over.
Well,
I remain uncomfortable with the use, and I understand the argument that the general plan is general, but I would argue that in this case, in this specific instance, we're talking about mixed use. It has a section specifically dedicated to Uptown. And those few blocks that we're talking about and what we're trying to accomplish there, the zoning ordinance, on the other hand, has a zone that applies to any such zone across the entire city. So this to me, and it just speaks to me because it's talking about the need to connect new residential development and what should we be doing with vacant properties, and both of which are spot on for this issue. So
Do you want to make a motion? I mean, we're going to have to
I
come
see a
down to
couple
vote.
lights on there. I'm not sure if people still have other comments.
I'll second your motion.
Based upon, I would move that based upon an inability to make finding number 5? Finding number 1, compatibility with the general plan, that the project be denied.
I'll second it. And we can vote on it, or someone can make a substitute motion.
I think you can call the question.
Call the question.
Vice Chair Alayan.
Yes, excuse me, yes.
Chair Wormick.
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
No.
Commissioner Miller.
No.
Commissioner Murphy.
No.
Yes.
Commissioner Morale.
Yes.
I didn't hear the last vote. Yes. Was yes.
Yes.
The motion is passed.
And just for clarification, staff would be preparing a resolution to bring back to the commission that identifies that general plan inconsistency finding. Are there any other bases that the commission would like to see in the resolution that we bring back?
My motion was based upon the fact simply that we can't make finding number 1, and you can specifically cite from page 230 and 232, the relevant Uptown section and multi-use area section.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. The next item before the commission is Planning Commission reports, requests, and comments. Any? Planning Director's report.
Yes, we're getting tired, but Anita just reminded me I would like to talk about, we have a vacancy on the Architectural Review Committee. You all accepted the resignation at the last meeting. So our subcommittee that has been tasked with looking at replacements for the ARC would like to recommend to the full commission that we appoint Danny Castro, thank you, Anita, who is currently the alternate member on the ARC to be a full member of the ARC. The follow-up to that would be, we are in open enrollment for all boards and commissions across the city, so we are taking in applications for other ARC members that we could bring back to fill the alternate roles in the future. I would say Danny, who you appointed in the last cycle, has been, a wonderfully participative, if that's a word, member of the ARC. He's actually a community development director in another city down Valley, and so I think he brings a lot of balance to the discussion, and staff would be pleased if that was the will of the commission. So if that is the case, we would need a motion and a vote.
If you need a motion for that,
You do.
And certainly,
Oh, go ahead, you started. It's all yours, Larry. I'll second it.
I second what Commissioner Robbins about to say.
I move to accept Danny Castro as a full member of the ARC.
Can you call the roll, please?
Elaine.
Is there any discussion? No.
No, he's good.
I know he's good.
Commissioner Rotman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Alain,
Yes.
Chair Wormick,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Morrell.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes, and we will return with, the code does allow us to have 2 alternates. We have historically, at least in the time that I've been here, functioned with just 1, but if we have a good pool, we may return with 2. And of course, that gives us just more capacity to, plan for succession planning and all that stuff. You will all joyfully remember the fun that we had at the joint board and commission dinner at the convention center last year. It's happening again on June 17th. So I think additional information will be coming out of the city clerk's office or the city manager's office to all of you to hold that date. But June 17th at the convention center in the evening, similar to how we've done it in the past. I imagine Kathy and I will soon be tasked with updating our slideshow, and Kathy will get to deliver highlights of the commission's work over the past year to that crowd. So look forward to that. Speaking of commission composition, some of you may recall, or not, at the time that we were doing commission recruitment in the last cycle, so through about last June, the council had asked whether the planning commission should also consider expanding the bench and have an alternate non-voting member to diversify the commission and also to start to bring, other members of the community into the conversations to learn and just kind of learn our processes and ideally maybe eventually become full members. I believe the council will be considering an ordinance at their next meeting to expand us to 8 members, one of whom would be an alternate with non-voting rights. So they will be having that discussion at an upcoming meeting, and we will go through the
Where will we
selection
sit?
process. Yeah. They'll have to share the band mic with Commissioner Morrell. We'll have to figure that out.
We can scoot.
Yeah,
They'd
that's
have to build another.
We'll have to bring in another chair and figure out the nameplates. But that is that. I left a flyer for all of you for the upcoming zoning code outreach that is happening next week. We had some up here that I hope folks took. But that we're starting another round of outreach with our zoning code team. Monday night at James O'Jesse beginning at 5:30. Tuesday midday beginning at lunch, noon, with some light lunch served at the Demuth Community Center. And we will be revealing new zoning districts and new zoning maps. So a big, exciting unveiling. They're big and bold. There's a lot of state law at play that talks about the kinds of height and density we need to accommodate along our commercial corridors and in other locations. So, we're putting these out there and expecting to get a lot of feedback. What I will say about the maps right now themselves is, other than where we've sort of moved the needle where we've needed to for state law in terms of some of the height and density, we've not really gone through it at a granular level yet to make other choices we may want to make in just rezoning areas. So there's a lot that will still happen flowing out of these meetings, and so we'll be looking for feedback from the commission as we move forward. The subcommittee that you all appointed a few weeks ago will be meeting directly with the zoning code team outside of those open houses, I believe on Tuesday, April 1st. Actually, no, that's wrong, Monday, March 31st, but to sort of get into it in a more granular level like I'm saying, but still lots of opportunity to get into the weeds. From here, they'll go into actually drafting the text of the zoning itself. So it's exciting, we're making progress, but please stop by those open houses if you can. In addition to the 2 city-hosted ones, we're partnering with the tribe, so we'll be doing an open house Tuesday night at the Agua Caliente Cultural Museum, hosted by the Tribal Planning Commission for their members. So we'll be participating in that with them as well. So lots going on next week. We'll be pretty busy with that, but.
There is no conflict if all of us or more than 3 of us happen to be at one of those meetings.
City Attorney, do you want to discuss the issues of quorum and Brown Act if they were all to attend a noticed open house of the city?
Because it's being put on by the city, we would need to limit it to less than a quorum of this commission, unless we wanted to notice it as a meeting of this commission.
So I might suggest if you all want to shoot me a note, if you want to attend, and just let me know which one, then we can ensure that we're not exceeding quorum. Well, we'll have to see the capacity, so we're not denying your colleagues the opportunity, Vice Chair. But yes, let me know if you can. Okay, so we'll do some musical chairs there. That's it for my updates.
No, I think those of us who are on the subcommittee can certainly defer to the other members so that they can attend.
Right. So shoot me, and if you want to go to both, or if you have one, or you can only make one, or you can make both, then maybe we can do some chess and figure that out.
Let me ask you, as a member of the subcommittee, are we going to be able to see the maps on Monday afternoon that we would otherwise see on Monday night or Tuesday afternoon?
Yes,
Okay.
and ideally, I can circulate the outreach materials before the end of the week. That's it for me.
That's it? Okay. With that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting until 5:30 PM Tuesday, April 8th. And will we have a meeting? Do we have materials? Do you know yet?
We have one item that has already been issued a public hearing notice. We are hoping to have a second item, but it's a little bit fluid. You know, I'm a little loath to drag you in for just one item, but because it's a public hearing and the notice has gone out, we may have to. So I believe we will be having a meeting, yes.
As long as it's a complex item, we don't mind one item.
It's a variance. I wouldn't describe it as complex, but what I can say is it will be a much earlier night than tonight.
That doesn't say much.
I mean, we could still have dinner?
Yes.
Okay.